மேடம் செந்தில் சரிங்களா மேடம்?
சொல்லுங்க சார்.
மேடம் இது ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம் மேடம், நாங்கள் ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம்.
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடுங்க. சரிங்க சார். Good morning to all. My screen is visible. Can you
Yes,
see the
ma'am, but
PPT?
no, ma'am. It is coming it separately in a small one.
Is it coming as export documentation?
Yeah, it is coming, but not as yeah.
You can maximize in your screen, I think so.
Okay, okay. Yeah, it is visibility is there. There is no doubt. Yeah.
Okay, shall we start?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the subject what I'm going to handle is exim financing and documentation. That is export import relating to the trade. So before starting with your syllabus, I wanted to know whether you know something about this subject. Give some of your views, what you know about export import or trade, why we have to go for exporting. We can have an
Yes, ma'am.
interactive class
Yes,
so that
ma'am.
more informations will be shared.
Yeah. As far ma'am import documentation is concerned, it is very much important because we need to ensure that no unwanted goods are imported into the country, and also the
Okay.
government gets the import duty which it needs, right? So certain formalities are done. Similarly,
Yes.
export documentation is also important so that the government know what is being exported, and also some exporter get a rebate in
Yes.
taxes that can be given to them. So import documentation, export documentations are very important. Although it is very lengthy process, but I think this is very much justified only.
Yes. Anybody else? Your views? May I know your name, sir?
Ma'am, I'm Manish Tripathi here from Mumbai.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, we'll start with your syllabus, first unit relating to export documentation. So, what are the various documents we have to prepare while we are going for exporting? So, that is what the first topic. So, basically, the documents are divided into two. That is commercial documents. See, if you have any doubts, please note down the doubts and we can clarify at the end of the session. I think so. So you'll have doubts. So please note it down, and you can note down the points also relating to the units what you have in the syllabus. So these are the two documents what we have in the export documentation. One is commercial documents and the regulatory documents. So this is what the chart it shows us. Two types of documents. One is commercial, regulatory. Commercial will be already divided into two: principal documents and auxiliary documents, that is supporting documents, and the other part is regulatory documents. So what are the various documents we have as principal documents. So these are the various documents we have as a main document. So totally it is 8 documents which will be supporting as principal documents for export documentation. That is commercial invoice, packing list, bill of lading, export, that is inspection certificate or quality control checking, certificate of origin, bill of exchange, shipment advice, insurance certificate. Anybody knows what is bill of exchange?
Yes, ma'am. Bill of exchange is used when we are importing any document. It basically authorizes a bank to issue payment on production of certain document.
Yes,
It is
yes,
like
sir.
check only, and various
Yes.
options are like time bill of payment, usage bill of payment, and it
So
is
this is a
very tool
paper.
to, and it is very important tool in international trade.
Yes, yes, sir. So it is normally it gives an assurance. So when you go for foreign countries trade, this is very important. So these are the main documents we have to produce when you are exporting products to the other countries. And what are the supporting documents we have is 7 supporting documents we have to submit. That is auxiliary, there is pro forma invoice, intimation for inspection, shipping instruments, there is shipping instructions, insurance declaration. Is my audio clear?
Yes, ma'am. Your audio is clear.
Yes, ma'am, it's
Okay.
clear.
Okay, application for certificate of origin, MATES receipt, which is given by when you are taking your goods to the other countries, when you're shipping your products, and letter to the bank for collection or negotiation of documents. So these are the various supporting documents which is required for exporting your products. And next comes the regulatory document, that is by law we have to prepare these documents for export transaction. That is for central excise, there is one form, that is AR form, which is prepared by um, there is it has to be transacted between 2 countries, and shipping bill, that is bill of exchange, export for all these following things, that is export of goods or export of duty free goods, export of dutiable goods. So these are the various regulatory documents we have to produce, and port trust copy when you are using ship for sending your products, then vehicle ticket, exchange control declaration, and guarantee remittance, that is one form which is required by RBI, freight payment receipt, that is for transportation, and insurance premium payment certificate. So these are the various regulatory documents we require for exporting. So one by one, we are going to see what are the various documents prepared by whom and what is the purpose of it. So when you're preparing a quotation, that is quotation is a document which is giving an offer to sell the products. It contains all that you must be knowing what is a quotation. It gives detailed information about the product, what we are going to do business with within the country or within the other countries. We have to give a quotation. And which quotation will be usually accepted? Any idea?
Which quotation?
Lowest cost?
That is, if you are quoting your product. For example, if I'm going to sell my product, I'm giving a quotation to the other party. Usually, which quotation will be accepted or it will be selected?
Performance wise,
Performance wise. Then, any
Which
other
gives the
answer?
lowest cost with
for
highest
export sales
profit or
contract.
benefit.
Yes, yes, which gives a lowest cost. So when you are going to get the contract, that is, we are going to give the contract, we'll all, for example, if you are getting a contract or quotation for construction of road or construction of dam. So government usually accepts quotation from the public or the main organizations which is already doing their business. So what they will do is they want the quotation, and they will be selecting the lowest price was quoted and who is going to give the there is completion of the task on time. So usually for exporting, they will get the quotation, and that quotation will give you all the details about the product where you're willing to supply or export. That is prepared by the exporter. And the second thing is sales. That is, sales is an agreement between, once your quotation is accepted, you will go for the next step of making an agreement between the buyer and the seller, and this is also prepared by the exporter. And the next one is pro forma invoice. So pro forma invoice, it's an invoice, that is, it's a bill. It is prepared by the supplier, and it is before shipment. If you are going to do shipment of any products, it is prepared before, and what it includes all the details relating to the voice, that is how you are going to send the product and what is the weight, what is the size, and what is the value of the product. Everything will be given in the pro forma invoice. It is pro forma. Normally, we use the term pro forma as sample. And the next one is commercial invoice. So commercial invoice, it is a demand, it is a don't for payment issued by the exporter to the importer for goods sold. So when a contract is entered, they have to make sure that the seller is going to sell the products to the buyer on time, and it will include the payment terms and the trade terms. So payment terms, we have to tell the mode of payment and what are the agreements, what are the trade terms is relating to your including your supplier, seller's place, there is transportation, voyage, all those things will be included in commercial invoice. So this is also prepared by the exporter. So first we will prepare pro forma invoice, and next we will prepare commercial invoice. And the next document is packing list. So packing list, is my explanation is clear, or you want me to go very slow?
It's okay, ma'am. Speed is okay.
Okay. So if you are, if I am making fast, please inform me. And so the next one is packing list. It is a list with the detailed packing information of the goods, how it is packed. So we all know that is packing cannot be the same packing for all types of goods. So some goods has to be taken special care for example, if you are going to use any glassware items or ceramic items, so packing should be always different from the normal items. So you have to give the details of packing to the buyer. And the next one is inspection certificate. Inspection certificate is when you are transiting goods from one place or one country to the other country, you have to get inspection certificate is checking whether your products is in a condition which can be exported. So this will be issued by an independent surveyor who is going to survey your products, and it includes the specification what he wants to give. That is, the exporter wants to give in the particular certificate relating to quality, quantity, price, and what are the other details what the buyer requires. So this will be given either by the inspection company or the exporter. Why these two options are given?
Which two option, ma'am?
Inspection, there is inspection certificate can be given by an inspection company, or sometimes it can be given by the exporter also.
Yeah, so some exporter who met certain criteria, they are given this facility, like they
Yes.
have certain turnover, so government allows them this facility.
Yes, right. So they can give self assurance, that is, they can give self guarantee for their product. Because of experience, they can do that. If it is not possible, you can have inspection company for inspecting your product. So that is the inspection certificate is a must for exporting. The next one is
Ma'am, is it like a sorry? Is it like a self-standardized, like a standardized version? Like, how do they give self-assurances? They may have a standardized
no,
system, right?
they because of the experience they have in the same field so many years, government sometimes they give permission. So
All right. Okay.
we will discuss one type in later topic that comes later. So we will have a
Okay.
clear understanding there.
Right, ma'am.
So
Right.
the next document is insurance policy document. So when you are transiting goods of heavy cost, insurance is a must for all the products to be taken to the other country, whichever mode you are taking, whether it can be through air or it can be in through sea, whatever it is, you have to make sure that you have insurance certificate. So it is an insurance document evidencing that insurance has been taken out of the goods shipped, or it gives full details of the insurance coverage. So it insurance coverage, we all know it covers the total value of the product which is taken from one country to the other country. So it is prepared by the insurance agent or insurance, or it can be taken by the insurance broker. So these three options we have for preparing it. And the next one is product testing certificate. So product testing certificate is to certify the products which is giving a confirmation that it is up to the standard. So the standard, why it is, we have to check it is up to the standard is, See, every countries, or even if you take within your country, if you are transiting goods from one state to the other state, it is not the same product we are going to use in the same condition. See, what product we use in southern part, we cannot use it in the same level in the not the north states or northeast countries. What there is northeast states. So area wise, the product's consumption or the pattern of using differs. So what we have to do is we have to give a testing certificate about the product. Your product is up to the standard what it is expected from the, if that is from the importers countries, that is from the other country where to which country you are going to export. So that is always given by the lab. So where they have testing facilities, so you can get the certificate from them, and this gives a confirmation that your product is safer and it is up to the specification and description which is given over the packing, and it can be used immediately after reaching the other country. So that is why we have to give product testing. Why this product testing is compulsory for all the products when you go for exporting?
Quality checks, ma'am.
Quality check. And there is normally when you are representing, there is you are exporting, you are representing your country, and your country product, that is when it reaches the other country, your country's reputation should not be spoiled, and the expectation of the customer should not be damaged. That is what one thing we have. So it is certain products from India, usually foreign countries customers likes. So certain products which is not available in the other parts of the country will be available in India, and they will be ready to use it immediately after coming into their country. So what they expect is they want some products which is going to meet their need. So that is why we have to go for product testing certificate, which is given by the lab and which is produced by the exporting country. And the next commercial document is health certificate. So health certificate is it gives a guarantee that after consuming this product, your health will not be that is, it will not be getting any problems. There is no need to meet any doctors after using this product. So especially this is given for agriculture or food products. So after consuming it, they should not have any disturbances in their health. So that is you have to give a guarantee that this product is in a good condition. And the next one is it is relating to sanitary certificate, phytosanitary certificate. That is, it is given for uh, plants or planting materials importing into a country shall be accompanied by this certificate, stating that this consignment is found substantially free from diseases and pests. So we all know that pest can be transferred from one country to the other country through various modes. So that is not to be appreciated. So we have to stop it, and this is given by the exporter or the authority who is given a guarantee that is he can do this. So this is especially for plants or planting materials which is going to be imported to a foreign country. And the next one is ATA carnet and fumigation. Fumigation is relating to a pest control. So pest control to foreign countries, that is usually these countries that is given clearly there. US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and UK customs, they require this fumigation certificate. That is, this product is out of pest. So that is compulsory for an exporter to give it to the importers countries. And the next one is ATA carnet. Any idea about ATA carnet?
You said
What is
No,
that?
ma'am.
ATA carnet, it is also one document which is required by the importer country when you are exporting. See, usually this is, this ATA carnet is admission, temporary admission. That is, it is for the time being you are going to be allowed, and this is, if it is properly carried out, you will be having close relationship continuously. So it is an international customs document used to obtain a duty-free temporary admission. It is given clearly there, duty-free temporary admission. ATA stands for admission, temporary admission. So it is for goods such as exhibits for international trade fair. I think you will understand this. When you are going for participating in exhibitions, you will be allowed only for that purpose. And after that is over, you cannot carry your product in the same country. You have to come back to your country. So that is what ATA Carnet is. You will be allowed only for the time being. For what purpose you have gone there, only for that purpose you can go there. Any doubt here in ATA? It is only for examples given clearly. It is for international trade fair or for showing your samples or for any professional meetings. You can take your products to the other country and come back when the particular thing is over. And the next one is consular invoice. So consular invoice, it's a document required by some foreign countries showing shipment information such as consignor, consignee, value description, and it is always giving the details of the consignment, that is carrying out your products from one place to the other place. It is used by the country's customs officials to verify the value. So sometimes why this is needed is it is for counter checking whether you are giving the right quantity. That is, over the packing, the quantity will be different, but inside the packing, the quantity will be different. Sometimes, for example, if it is a lace packet, quantity printed on the cover might be 10 grams, but actual weight of the chips inside the lace will be only 5 grams. That is airtight packet. That is different there. So we have to give consular invoice, and these are the transport documents which is always required by exportation. So dock receipt, that is DR or mate's receipt. So it is always given by the warehouse. That is a receipt to confirm the receipt of cargo on warehouse pending shipment. The dock receipt is used as documentation to prepare a bill of lading. So it has no legal regarding processing financial statements. So it is only a document relating to the products which is pending in the warehouse, and it is relating for preparing a bill of lading. So what is bill of lading? Next one. A bill of lading is a contract between the shipper of the goods and the carrier. So shipper of the goods is that is whichever mode you are going to take. The customer usually needs the original as proof of ownership to take the possession of the goods. So this is prepared by the shipping company. So they give a guarantee of the products which is taken from the exporter's place to the importer's place. So till it reaches the importer's place, the risk will be in the shipping company's hands. So that has to be prepared by this shipping company. And the next one is AW. There is the other form of bill of lading is AWB. That is airway bill. So airway bill is prepared by the airlines company, and it is a kind of way bill used for the carriage of goods by air. And this serves as a receipt of goods for delivery, and the states a condition of carriage. So till it reaches the importer's place, the goods should be in a good condition. So airway bill has to be prepared, and we all know all types of products cannot be carried in airway. Some can be carried which has got weightless. So less weight, not weightless. It should be less weight. So you can use airways. If it is got more weight, you can use only the shipment from one country to the other country. So it depends upon the product's weight, what mode you are going to take. And this airway bill is also a condition for carriage, but it is not a title document, but it's only a document which gives information about the products what you're carrying from one place to the other place. And the next one is packing list. So packing list will give all these details in the packing list. That is, it gives everything. Invoice, buyer, who is the consignee, country, to which country you are going to take, and what is the date of getting into the vessel. That is, if it is vessel date is ship, flight date is airways, port of loading, port of discharge, place of delivery. Port of loading and this place of delivery might be different. So port of loading will be the border where your ship enters, and from that place it has to be taken to the company's warehouse where you are going to export it. So containers number, weight, volume, merchandise, and the fullest details of the goods, what you are going to carry from one place to the other place. And the next one is financial documents. So financial documents, that is first one is documentary credit. The documentary credit, it always it is a bank instrument which is given at the request of the buyer, evidencing the bank's undertaking to the seller to pay a certain sum of money provided that specific requirements set out in D bar C, that is documentary credit, are satisfied. So it is issued by the banker, and it is a giving a guarantee that this payment will be given once all the requirements is fulfilled. And the next one is bill of exchange. It is an unconditional written order in which the importer addressed to and required by the exporter to pay on demand, that is to pay on demand or at a future date a certain amount of money to the order of the person or bearer. So whoever has got the bill of exchange, they have the condition to receive the amount. So this is prepared by the exporter, giving a guarantee that payment will reach. There is getting a guarantee that the payment will reach after completing all the requirements. Then after submitting all these documents, your proceeds of exports will be starting. So first you have to get ready with the documents, what it is required for your exporting. So next we will move on to the next topic. Do you have any doubts up to this?
Okay, okay.
Any clearance you want?
Okay, ma'am, no problem.
Okay, shall we move on to the next one?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
My explanation is clear. If you want, I can add some more examples wherever it is possible. So you can suggest what you require. As this topic, you have to be very clear. It's a very important subject.
Ma'am, it's clear.
Okay. The next topic relating to the first unit, we will go for foreign exchange regulations. Foreign exchange regulations. Can you see foreign exchange? My screen, you are able to see about FERA?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So next topic we will move on to is exchange regulations. Foreign, that is when you are exporting, it gives us to have transactions between two countries. So what are the regulations the government always gives you on this foreign exchange? So it is FERA, which was started given by the Act of Foreign Exchange Regulation Act was in 1974, and now it is FEMA. So actually it was a regulation. Now in the place of regulation, we have transferred to management. So it is a legislation, it's a law relating to control your exchange over everything that was specified relating to foreign exchange. So this is a law which regulates everything relating to exchange between two countries. And the third point, law violators were treated as criminal offenders. So can I give one example where it is considered as criminal?
Like, keeping more foreign currency than allowed.
Yes, for having more currencies than allowed, or there is crossing the limit. So crossing the limit means if you are given a permission to load only 1,000 quintals or 1,000 kgs, you cannot do extra. So permission, usually when you are submitting your documents, we will give the quantity also there. So you should not violate anything what is already given in the document. So if anything is done like that, it will be considered as a criminal offense. So this law always aims at minimizing the dealings in foreign exchange and foreign securities. So there is also a restriction of carrying out foreign securities. So what are the various objectives of foreign exchange regulations? So to regulate certain payments, so these are the various objectives why we have regulation. And dealings in foreign exchange and security should be regulated. And to regulate transactions relating that is indirectly affecting foreign exchange, See, there is always limit. There is, as there is a limit of circulation of money within the country, there is also a limit of circulation of foreign currencies in country that should not disturb our country's transactions. So that is why more and more regulations are always made, and it is always scrutinized whenever it is possible. And the fourth point is to regulate import and export of currency. So circulation of money should be under control and to conserve precious foreign exchange. And the last one is proper utilization of foreign exchange for the development of the country. So we have to make preparatory steps for development of your country. And what are the reasons for foreign exchange to be controlled is we have to less that is reduce your foreign exchange reserves. Foreign exchange is a scary commodity. It should not be dealt just like that by anybody. And the next one is foreign exchange. Therefore, proceeded to the on the presumption that all foreign exchange earned by Indian resident rightfully belong to the government of India. So Government of India should be always informed that what are the various forms in which foreign currencies comes into the country. That's why we have to get permission from the government when you go for doing any country. Some countries are having exemption, and certain exemptions are also there for regulation of foreign currency. And the next one is it is an example for regulation. There is Coca-Cola was under this thing. So previously they had more regulations, and later on the rules and regulations have been liberalized. So because of privatization. There is we always say LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. And the next one is now it is Foreign Exchange Management Act. It was transformed in from the year 1999 by an act, that is Foreign Exchange Management Act, and the act would become FEMA. It is to relax the control on foreign exchange in India, and this is that is already I told you it was replaced. Regulated was replaced from managed, and this shows a change on the part of the government in terms of foreign capital. So we want some changes in foreign capital. That is what the changes have been made. So what are the main features? There is, as we had some of the objectives of FERA, there are main features of FEMA, and FEMA gives central government the power to impose a restriction. The transaction should be made only through an authorized persons. So deals in foreign exchange under the current account, that is, we have to under only the current account by an authorized person. Only authorized persons can deal with foreign exchange, and always dealing with currency. RBI is given the power to adjust the capital account transactions to a number of restrictions. So we have to, that is, we have transferred ourselves to manage your foreign exchange for making regulations for foreign currencies and foreign securities into your country. So this is about your foreign exchange control, and we'll move on to the next topic. And I'll ask one question here. Relating to export documentation, what kind of role FEMA plays?
Yes, of course, yeah. Because when I am a importer, I need to remit payment in the foreign location in the form of foreign currency. For this, I
Okay.
require some foreign currency. So how much can be that? All those things that is regulated by FEMA.
Yes, sir. Anybody else you want to share any answer about this?
And even when I am exporting, also,
Yes.
uh, then also this may come into picture.
Yes, export, import, both. That is, it depends upon the country. Whether you are an exporter, your country, if it you are importer, they have to follow the rules and regulations of their country. Okay, now we will move on to the next topic. That is ISO 9000. That is for controlling quality control or managing quality of all the products what you are going to take to other countries. So this here comes quality management system. So this is a part of production. There is Now we are always use, we have started using TQM, TPM. All these comes under, any idea?
TQM.
Yes, yes, sir.
It is total quality management, management practice from Japan.
Yes.
That is from beginning to end, not in the in between also.
Yeah, yeah. Everything you have to maintain quality, total quality management.
Yeah,
And we have a total production management, TPM.
yeah,
So this point or this heading under your subject is it is going to take care of about the quality. So quality management system, it is helps us to follow the proper procedures to be followed from the stage of starting your production. That is when you are dealing with production, it is production, or if it is you are dealing with services, it is services. So nowadays, we have not, that is previously before certain years or before 50 years or 60 years, we are used to stick on to the prices. Now we are not sticking on to the prices. We have started sticking on with your quality. So we want quality in everything in your product or service. So that is what is given the last point. It is a mechanism for maintaining and improving the quality of products or services. So we have to maintain this, and sustainability is also important. We have to continue with the providing quality in your products or services, which is given to your customers. So TQM, there is here it is QMS, it is quality management system. It has got certain procedures, or it should be carried out properly for giving same product to the same customers in the same condition whenever they are buying your product. So here comes ISO 9000, and this is what one thing which will be helpful for checking a quality management system for giving a guarantee that customers gets a quality product and giving an assurance that exporter also gives a quality product to the customer. So when we are discussing about the quality, we are not supposed to think the quality only in the final stage after product is ready. It should start from the stage of buying raw materials itself. So we have to give quality product to the importers, that is to the importers countries, and the importers countries will be selling the products to the customers, to the people who are living there. So they should get quality product to their consumption. So it has to be followed with 8 management principles, which gives a standard for every product which is going to be exported. So this ISO 9000, it is an international standard which promotes international trade by providing one consistent set of requirements required around the world. So throughout the world, it is an international standard. And this also helps the company to satisfy the customer. That's what I already told you. And originally published in 1987 by that is International Organization for Standardization, and it is a special agency which takes care of standard bodies of 90 countries. So here comes 8 quality management principles. So customer focus, leadership, involvement of people, process approach, system approach, continual there is improvement, and factual approach to decision making, and mutually beneficial supplier relationship. If you want, or if you have any idea about any of these 8 principles, you can discuss about it. Later on, I will continue. Customer focus. What is customer focus?
While planning your quality management system, you should always bear in mind what impact it will have on the customer, and
Yes.
design everything keeping customer at the top.
Yes, we already know this. We always know beware of your customer. Caveat emptor. So you should know who's your customer, and you should also concentrate on what are the customer needs and wants relating to the product what you're going to give it to the importer's country. And leadership, that is when you are going to give quality product, that is your product, we always should think that on the base of quality, we are the leader. So nobody can compete with us based on the quality. If every manufacturer or exporter thinks about this, all products goes out of our country will be sold in more higher number, and we will be getting order again and again. So that is what we have to do is we should think that we are the king in giving the quality product to the importer's country. So leadership quality shall always must for exporting the product for giving for satisfying the international standards. Third one is involvement of people. When you say people here, who are the people relating to exporting? One people I can tell as employer, and like that, who are the other peoples? Involvement of people is a very important thing for exporting and maintaining standards. The involvement of people, whoever is manufacturing, he might be an employee, he might be a manager, supervisor, or a technical person, or a person who's a supervisor, whoever it is who's working in this organization, everybody should show their involvement. If one person is not showing the involvement, then you cannot get quality product. I think I'm giving in the right example. So involvement of people. So when you are giving quality, maintaining ISO standards, that is international standards, we have to keep in mind that our company is going to export only quality products. So that is in the hands of the people who are related with starting in the stage of buying your raw materials and giving your uh, output, that is finished product out of the machine with as many processes. The process of production might be in many or few. Irrespective of that, we should always think that it is our company's product. I have to maintain quality in manufacturing the particular product to be used by the other country. And the next one is process approach. So that's what I was telling. Process. What is process is the steps what you are going to take over your raw materials to be converted into your finished product. So the process approach now, because of technological advancement, the process has been minimized. We previously, the process might be taking 8 steps or 10 steps or 12 steps without machines. Some will be with machines, and few will be with handmade. So many things was there. And now because of development of technology, it has been reduced to 2 steps or 3 steps, whatever it is. The process approach is conversion of a raw material into a finished product. That process should be properly planned. So process, that is flow chart from starting with the initial stage to the end stage, that has to be properly planned and it should not be changed frequently. Why it should not be changed frequently?
Because like entire staff and everything process has to be
Yes.
in line with that, so it cannot be done every now and then.
Yes, we cannot change it frequently. Why? Because all the other things has to change according to this change. So some might be knowing all the steps in the manufacturing the product. Some might be knowing only the step or activity what he is used to it or what he has got training. So we cannot change the process frequently. So it can be changed rarely whenever there is a change required. So process approach has to be very clear. And the next one is system approach to management. System approach is taking on activity, that is planning from the management side how you are processing. It is not going to include your manufacturing process. System approach, how your system is planned to complete a particular task. So that is, it depends upon your hierarchy or your span of control, whatever you have in the organization. And system approach to management, which should be planned in such a way that it gives quality product to the customers or to the importers country. And this system approach should be, or we can say like this, you can be clear that your approach to management is not going to create any problem in between. So if there is any problem arising in between, everything will be stopped and you cannot match your demand and supply in the market. So once your market is lost, you cannot regain it again immediately without doing some extraordinary work. So what we have to do is we have to plan. That's why it's a principles we have to follow. System approaches the way in which you carry out your activities inside the organization, that has to be properly maintained by the higher hierarchy of your organization. And the next one is continual improvement. Continual improvement. Why we need improvement?
Adaptability.
adaptability according to the environment. So when there is a change around you, you should also change. We cannot say that I will not change. I will change whenever I can change. That is not possible. Why?
And these things are all customer oriented. So if the environment is changing accordingly, the process also has to evolve and not
Yes,
change very frequently to maintain consistency and sustainability and efficiency.
yes, right. See, one main thing, one simple point is we have to uh, consider about your surrounding. That is what your environment, the business environment. It includes micro environment, macro environment. So many points we have. So continual improvement is we should always plan that there is some change in your activities of your organization so that we are not the same. If you are not the same, then we will have sustainability. That is your product, your organization, and the dealings with the other organization will be always there, continuous. That is when you are starting a business, we always start with the continuing business for infinite number of years. So when we are going to continue business for infinite number of years, we should also make some changes for our development, our products development, and also our employees development. So that is also required for quality standards maintenance. The next one is factual approach to decision making. Factual approach is actual facts we have to consider. Sometimes what we have planned will not be happening in reality. So what we have to do is we have to find out the facts, what is happening, and we should also make some changes. And decision making can be, that is decision making is we can make some new decisions or implement some new changes based upon what is happening actually. That's why most of the times we always compare actual and standards. So factual approaches actually what is happening that should be studied by the organization, and they have to make some certain decisions which will always make them to develop along with the other competitors. And the next one is mutually beneficial. So mutually beneficial is everybody should be benefited because of maintaining this quality standards. So mutually beneficial supplier relationship. Supplier relationship, when you are going to have suppliers, normally what is the criteria we will use or we have to use for selecting suppliers? Who can be your company supplier? Supplier is a person who is going to supply raw materials, tools, whatever you require. So, do you have is there any requirement to follow any rules and regulations?
Yes, yes.
So,
Certain
how
quality
many?
standard must be met.
Yes. So, for example, if I'm saying that one company has got only one supplier, the other company has got five suppliers, which companies will not have any problem? First company or second company?
We need to have a large number of suppliers.
Yes, we need to have, there is, in this example, we can choose the second supplier, the second company which has got so many suppliers. Why this is followed is one supplier when you depend, if you stop supplying whatever you require for production or your process, you have to waste your time in between. So if he might be having some problems in his company and he might not be able to supply continuously, he might have stopped in between. So all these problems can be overcome when you have more number of suppliers of raw material. So that is why we have to always concentrate on both the supplier and the customer are benefited because of maintaining quality standards. So you ask quality raw materials, you give quality products. If you are not choosing quality supplier, then the quality raw materials will not reach and you will not be benefited by not producing quality products. So quality, as I said, quality doesn't comes in the final product. Quality comes from the beginning stage, from the first stage of starting with buying your quality machine, quality tools, quality raw materials, and likewise it goes on. So these are the 8 principles we have to follow for your quality standards. And these are the various ISO series we have. And so one by one they have made some changes, and we have all these series of ISO 9000. So that's a basic thing is ISO 9000, and after that we had 9001, which gives quality assurance in design, development, production, installation, and servicing. And 9002, it is a model for quality assurance in the production and installation of manufacturing systems. So it is ISO series. And ISO 9003 in final inspection and testing. So this gives importance to final inspection and testing. And 9004, it gives applications of standard in quality management and quality system. So these are the various standards which always makes us to cope up with the international standards of quality management system. So they describe that you have to uh, accomplish this standards, which is always comes under ISO 9000 series. And so management principles, 8 management principles, your company should find out whether you are going to accomplish this. You have all these principles followed when you are going to give quality the standard products to your importers. And the next topic, any doubt you have in this?
No.
No, ma'am.
Shall we move on to the other topic? Or shall we have
Yes.
5 minutes break?
I
What do you
think
like?
break may be not required, I feel. It's a Sunday morning. I think everyone must be
And
relaxed.
11 to 12 is also my session. So that's why I'm asking. Shall we have 5 minutes break or we'll have break at the end?
I think in the end we may have a larger break that will be better.
What others are? Shall we continue?
Yes, ma'am. We can go. We can continue. After that, break will do.
Okay. Okay. Next topic is quality control and pre-shipment inspection. The next topic is quality control and pre-shipment inspection for exports. Quality control. Why we have to control quality?
so that we maintain the standard and everyone ensures that the products are aligned to the requirement and there are no degrade ingredients or degrade quality stuff given.
Yes. The quality, as I said, quality is the main task or main thing what customer expects in every product. So quality control and pre-inspection. So pre-inspection certificate is already required by every exporter. They have to produce to the importers when they are buying products from your country. So pre-shipment quality control, we always, that is when there is quality standards, we can give an assurance that there is a quality control. And why it is required is it is to avoid unlawful activities in pricing, payment, exchange control, and to verify the perfect compliance between the contract terms. So everything is properly maintained and you are not violating the rules and regulations. That is to be checked here. So for that we will have pre-shipment inspection certificate or PSI in short. It is a facilitating service employed by the government which gives a guarantee that when you are doing transactions between two countries is not going to disturb the two countries' activities in the coming future. And the next one is when without pre-shipment inspection, your goods cannot be shipped. So that is what we have to be very careful that if there is no quality, your products cannot be shipped. So if your quality standards are not maintained, exporters' image gets turned. That's what I said. And when you are making this pre-shipment, there is Quality Control and Inspection Act 1963 has been passed away, and this act brings every commodity to be checked for quality when you are exporting to the other countries. And this is always governed by Export Inspection Council, and we always have customs authorities to give assurance that product taken to the other countries are up to the standard or up to the quality what it is given as a specification. So that is what there is. If there is no quality, no goods can be exported. And the next one is where it is carried out. So where it is carried out is it's carried out in the place of the exporter. Where you are going to export, it is the inspection will be done in the exporter's place, not in the importer's place. And next one is again it is where it is carried out. And inspection of goods may be conducted under these two conditions. So inspection of goods may be conducted under these two conditions. One is consignment wise, then second one is in process quality control, and third one is self certification. So this what self certification. We had one point in export documentation, so that is what we are going to explain here. And consignment wise inspection. What is consignment?
Like whatever we expect, it is in a bulk quantity.
Yes, consignment is taking a product from one place. It is between the consignor and the consignee, and it is two parties. So we have to carry out products in a bulk quantity, as Sir said. And this is what first certificate, consignment-wise certificate will be done by statistical sampling plan. The third line, they have one line. So consignment-wise inspection will be carried out on the basis of statistical sampling plan. What is that plan called?
Can you repeat again, ma'am?
Statistical sampling plan.
Yeah, so of course, yeah, when a big consignment is there, we cannot inspect the whole consignment. So we will draw out some sample from them and we will test it.
Yes, correct. Correct. So statistical, as the consignment is going to take more products to the other countries, we cannot waste time in checking each and every product. When it is out of the exporter's manufacturing unit, exporters gives a guarantee that he has produced all the products with quality, but we have to get a certificate. So when we have to prepare a certificate, we cannot take individual product for checking each and every one if you are taking the lakhs together products to a foreign country. If it is a countable product, it is okay. We can check individually. But if it's not countable and it is very difficult task to do each and everything, they will do sampling plan. So sampling, sample. What is the difference between these two?
Sampling is the method we use to draw sample
Yes,
from the unit.
sample is a part of a population. So how to do, that is how we are picking up, we can have examples like random sampling, stratified sampling, so many types of sampling are there. So sampling is a method, sample is a part of what you have taken from the population. So how you're taking a sample from the population will be a sampling plan. So we have to do sampling plan only for consignment wise inspection, and no consignment of any notified commodity is allowed to be exported without this certificate. So we have to compulsory produce this certificate to the importers. Second one is in-process quality control. In-process quality control. So any idea?
When the product is being made, that time only we collect the quality. And some
Yes,
products are there, like say wine industry is there, chemicals are there, perfumes
yes,
are there, you know,
yes.
any
So you
liquid
need.
is there, that should be in process.
So what is in process is when you are manufacturing your product, that is when you're converting your raw materials into finished product, at every stage of completion, that is in between work in progress will be there. So in every stage of your manufacturing unit, we have to confirm that your product is in quality. It has got the expected quality in it. So it is gives a guarantee that At the final stage of your product comes to the finished goods, we can say that it is export worthy. So that is what in process, in the process, that is in work in process or work, it is still progressing. We have to check the product or raw material or semi-finished product has got quality, and the quality will be maintained after converting into the finished product also. So it gives a guarantee that you are giving a trustworthy or export worthy product to the importer's country. And the third one is self certification. So that's what self-certification is. It is given by the exporter itself. There is one scheme given in India. Exporter in Sem can give a self-certification that he is giving quality product to the export, that is to the importer, and is based on the concept that the manufacturing unit was having the responsibility. That is, they can give assurance that they will maintain quality and they are maintaining quality. And this is under the request of the exporter itself, the government of India allows it. So you can give self-certification that if you have an assurance that we are giving only the quality product, you can have self-certification. So this is responsible on the basis of the exporter's country. You can go for self-certification. But self-certification, it's not given to all the exporters. It is only for specific exporters we have given permission from the government of India. And the next one is why this ISO 9000 system is required. So these are the three forms. Already we have seen ISO 9000. So ISO 9001 is for self-certification and ISO 9002 is for second thing. So ISO 9002 for in-process quality control and ISO 9003 for consignment-wise inspection. So these are the three subdivisions of ISO 9000, which gives you three forms of inspection certificate, which is given by exporter country. So if you are going to give in self certification 9001, you can go for in-process in IPQC, that is you can go for in-process quality control and ISO 9003, there is International Organization of Standards, is CWI is for ISO 9003. So this is for quality control and pre-shipment inspection. The next, we'll move on to the next topic. Export trade control, and there's no slides, there's no PPT here. I will just explain with the notes what I have. Just if you have any doubts, you can ask me. And what is export trade control?
Export rate control or sales control?
No, export trade control.
Oh, yeah, yeah. These are the government policies which, control the export, because certain goods are there which should be profited. For example, if the cost of onion is very high in the country, and if it is
Yes,
exported, then the price will further escalate. So government puts a ban on the sale of onion. So
yes.
similarly, it is very important that what good can be exported and in what quantity is exported. So they are done by the DGFT as per the instruction of the Ministry of Commerce.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. And what could be the main purpose of thing? Only two things there is, except exporting to Nepal and Bhutan, all the other countries are under control. There is export trade control. They have some relaxation with, for these two countries. So, what are the main purpose of controlling here is one is to prevent export of certain goods. Why?
So that the goods which are essential for the development or maintenance of the country's economy,
Yes,
and the other one is to get the full value for the export good which is being received in India at the prescribed time limit and permit method of payments like currency.
yes. One is for payment, one is for preventing all the goods are not exported. One thing is we should make available for our public, that is our people. So that is why these export trade control is practiced here. And one thing we have to be very clear is we are not there is this control is not prohibition. This is not prohibiting all the products should not be exported, but all commodities first it should be available for our people, and then excess thing we can go for exporting. So what we have to do is when you are making export of certain commodities have to be there is we are giving a restriction that you have to get a license. So license is a must for certain products which is going to be exported to the other country, and they also restrict the value of export also. For example, if I am exporting some product which has got I have planned to export a value for 2 crores. So if that product cannot be exported for 2 crores, the government restricts that you can export for 50 lakhs or 1 crore. So that is what minimizing the export prices also is a must for regulating the export trade control. Why? Because if everybody is allowed to export all products, then the our country's economic development will be doubtful. And what are the restrictions the government always gives for exporting gold? Can we export gold?
Gold.
Yes.
So India is a gold importing country.
No, if you are going to export, with whom's permission you can go. For example, if you are going to,
RBI.
yes,
We need
RBI.
RBI permission.
So if you are going to take certain securities or gold, you have to get RBI's permission. But if you are going to have foreign exchange restrictions also there. Already we have seen, except with the permission of Reserve Bank India, foreign currencies or foreign securities cannot be exchanged without their permission. So it should be informed and proper permission has to be received from Reserve Bank. So that is also a thing which is relating to export trade control. So basically, export trade control discuss about two things. So not permitting all products to be exported, and the payment should be under control. There is amount of export should also be under the control of the government. So that is what the main two purpose we always plan for export trade control. And Reserve Bank always permits any person who is resident of India who can take any country. That is, the amount is also restricted. When you are even go for a trip through a foreign country, there is also a restriction for taking the amount of your currency to the other country. And what about the restrictions of computer software? Can we export computer software?
Yes, we can.
Mm,
Yeah, also in the physical form or in the software form, we can do that.
mm.
But if certain software are restricted by the government, then of course that cannot be done.
Hmm.
Yeah, restricted softwares cannot be done, but if it is not restricted, you can export to the other countries also.
Yes, and for that we have to do a declaration, which is on GR and
Yeah.
PP form.
Yes, yes. So anyway, any transactions you are going to do in exporting, we have to give assurance. That assurance is also compulsory. And exports, for example, if it is made by a specially economical zone, that is the amount what you are going to receive. There is a condition that if you are going to export any product that is in special, that is we always say SEZ, special economic zone. So what is a special economic zone?
Where the the government of India has given certain liberty to certain cities or the states which can have a business where the tax is less and to increase the economy of that particular state. Like for
Yes, that's the right
example,
answer.
yeah, for example, we have, in Bangalore, we have an IT state, or in Maharashtra, we have a call center, or
Yes.
in other sectors or factors, we have some, factory outlets and all that.
So, yeah, she said the right answer. So, special economic zone is the area which is adopted by the government for giving certain relaxation to the particular place, but it is within the national boundaries of our country and it requires special consideration for development. So, we have there is if it is not developed, for example, still we have some of the parts of our country's villages is not developed, so we have to develop that. So that's why the government has given special consideration of making certain zones as SEZs, and they will give certain relaxation, and that relaxation will not be given to the other parts of the state or other parts of the country. Only the particular zone or particular area they can use this liberty or liberalization, which can be given to the special economic zones organization. Whatever the products they are producing, they can get certain liberalized rules from the government as a special appreciation or as a special development the country needs. So this is what we have to know under export trade control. So all these export trade control points is certain countries are relaxed, certain countries rules and regulations we are very strict, and certain products even if you have in plenty, certain products we are not allowed to export. So certain restrictions we always follow in making your products available in the other country. All products will not be available in all parts of the world from one country. So that is the reason the government always gives a restriction that they have to inform them and then they have to go for export, that is preparing an export document so that it reaches the proper country at the proper time. So the next topic, we will move on to the next topic is this. Any discussion, any doubts you have up to this?
No, okay, ma'am. And also, ma'am, I feel this what export zone, free export zone, they are treated as a foreign country for taxation purpose. Am I right? Most of
Or
some laws do not apply, like labor laws also does not apply.
yeah, certain rules, certain things which is applied to the other companies will not be applicable to special economic zone.
Yeah.
That is one government has given a free relaxation is these zones has to be developed. That is even we can say it's a special consideration given by the government. And the next topic we will move on to is business risk. That is we have to know what is the rules and regulations we have to follow for marine insurance. Can you see the screen? Meaning of marine insurance. There is business risk. Marine, what is the risk you transfer when you transfer your goods from one port to the other port for exporting? So marine insurance normally it is between the two. There is two parties will be there, and to give a assurance that if in case if there is any accidents or anything happens or any losses happens, so if it is insured, we will be on the safer side. So we all know that is, can we all say that there will not be any risk in doing business?
Risk is always there when
So always
say,
there, risk is a part of business. If we cannot say there will not be any, there is no assurance that no companies will be having risk, but the risk form will be different from one company to the other company. Even if you are manufacturing a product and keep inside your godown, if it is subject to fire accident, it will happen. So we have to insure our products or our activities, what we are doing in the business. So that is the thing we have to know. So here under export thing, we have to know what is the points we have to cover under marine insurance. So it's a contract which indemnifies the assured. So it gives a guarantee that till it reaches your place of your exporter, if there are any losses happens, that can be compensated with this kind of insurance. So insurance, these points we will be covering here, and why marine insurance should be taken to cover the losses that is mentioned here. So marine insurance, when it is placed, when your products is transferred from warehouse to the seller to the port of the buyer till it reaches the place of the buyer, there is risk, lots of risk. So during the transit, the loss can arise because of the following things. So we all know. So fire, contact with the water, breakage, accident, conveyance derailment, theft, pilferage, then non-delivery exposure to these risks will not, the fact that the goods are in possession of the third party. So it is in between there is seller has sent the products to the carrier and it is not in the hands of the buyer. So till it reaches the port of the buyer, the risk is in the hands of the carrier. So carrier is the ship. So that is why we have to take insurance. So for shipment, we have to take marine insurance. So what are the various principles governing the contract of insurance? There is principles of utmost good faith, principle of insurable interest, principle of indemnity, and causa proxima. What is marine policy? So we will take marine policy, and marine policy always between the two assured and the insurer. Assured is a company which gives a policy and it might be signed on behalf of the insurer and it must be duly stamped under the Stamp Act 1899. So it gives a assurance that the product reaches the buyer's place safely, and if there is anything happens, the carrier will be responsible. And it must specify, the insurance policy will specify these things: name of the assured or some person who affects the insurance, the subject matter, and the risk insured against it, the voyage period of time, that is how many days or how many months it takes to reach, and the covered by the insurance, what is the sum covered, or the name and the names of the insurer or insures. What are the various types of marine policies? Voyage, time, and the next also you have. So voyage policy, what is voyage policy is, it covers only the place from which to which, and the other things it is not covered under voyage policy. So for example, if you are going to transit your uh, products from Chennai port to US port. So from Chennai port to US port, only that transit place, in between that only the voyage policy covers. The time policy will be covering the time. For example, if you are including in your insurance policy that it covers a period of 6 months. So insurance policy will be valid only for a period of that 6 months. Is it clear? The difference. So every policy is different. So depending upon your transport or depending upon your product or depending upon the uh, quality of the product, you can decide which policy you are going to take. And the third one is floating policy. The floating policy mentions only the amount for which the insurance is taken and leaves the name of the ships. All those things is not covered under floating policy. It mentions only the amount. So amount of, usually this amount will be dependent on the amount of products what you're going to export from your country to the other country. So all the other things will not be covered. So only the amount for which the insurance is taken out and leaves the name of the ship, all those things are irrelevant for floating policy. And the next one is warranties in a contract of marine insurance. The term warranty in case of marine insurance means that the assured undertakes that. So in warranty, usually it happens, whereas it is an, what is the difference we can mention between a warranty and a guarantee?
Yeah, yeah. In like whether the actual product can be replaced or not.
Yes. So which can replace the product, guarantee or warranty?
Warranty.
Is it right?
I mean, there's some, even after a lot of consideration, I'm not able to remember that. Yes, the difference.
Yes, yes. See, it's okay. Well, guarantee always gives a promise. So it is a promise or a pledge relating to what the customer expects. But warranty is only a written assurance and it will make certain repairs. Replacement will not be done. So here in warranty of insurance, marine insurance, here means that the assured will uh, undertake that some particular thing or shall not be done and that some stipulation shall be fulfilled or that a particular state or facts does or does not exist. So you will always mention that what could be done. So you will clearly mention that this covers this only this amount or this covers only this product. This covers only this place. So that is mentioned. What you mention, that is a written assurance, only that will be followed or fulfilled. So if it is not mentioned, other things will not be covered or it will not be coming under your control. So that can be left out. So that is what the warranty you can give in measure insurance. So what are the various types of warranty you have in marine? It can be expressed warranty or implied warranty. Express you will express everything. So what are the things you will express here? Date, place of manner of loading, and state that the cargo is lawful merchandise. You are getting a help from the shipment. That is, cargo is reliable. So it takes the product properly and reaches the port of the buyer, that is importer. And what are the implied warranty? It is not written also, it is implied. So it is implied as it is understandable. So seaworthiness of the ship, legality of the voyage, proper documentation, and the clauses of marine insurance. This laws relating to marine insurance doc. See, anything if you are doing for exporting product, documents are very important. So all the required documents should be prepared by the exporter and it should be passed on to the importer's country all on time. So when you are giving a warranty and expressing everything, it can be some things can be in written and something it cannot be in written, but it is understood that it is to be accomplished by the importer and the exporter whenever it is possible. So what are the various losses you have? And the some losses is policies which can be covering the losses. One thing is if the loss is not caused by peril insured against. What is peril insured? Any idea?
It it protects under specified perils that can occur during the journey.
Yes, anything happens during the journey. There is already we have seen in the previous thing. There's any losses might happen, but all losses cannot be covered as it is mentioned. But we have to be very careful in certain places. That is just like that. We cannot make some losses to happen. So certain precautionary steps has to be taken by the exporter and the carrier also. That is a must for marine insurance. So we have to make prepared for covering the losses. It should not be just like that happen. We should not make it to happen just like that. And the next one is if the loss is caused by the ordinary wear and tear by usage or for there's a leakage or breakage and total loss. See, total loss may be either actual loss or a constructive total loss. What is actual and what is constructive is actual loss is where the subject is actually destroyed or irreparably damaged. So nothing can happen or nothing can be done. So totally it is damaged. So you cannot recover anything. For example, if there is a fire accident in cotton godown, you cannot recover anything in the cotton godown fire accident. So that is comes under total loss. So if nothing can be recovered or nothing can be repaired, that comes under total loss, where the subject matter ceases to be a thing of the kind insured. So whatever the things you have insured and that is fully lost. And third one is where the assured is irrevotably deprived of the subject matter. So where the assured is the person who has given the export, and we have given an assurance that nothing will happen and nothing is recovered. So the total loss will be covered by the policy. And the next one is contingent. That is constructive total loss. Constructive total loss is where the subject matter insured is reasonably abandoned because its actual loss appears to be unavoidable. So it is not possible to make any changes. So it is unavoidable. It already happened. So in a particular things, there is a constructive total loss of damage to goods. There is cost of repairing goods will exceed their value after arrival. For example, if there is a machine which was damaged by entering, there is a sea waters enter into the machine. And after reaching the importer's place, the repairing cost is coming over the cost of the machine. So that is constructive total loss. So actual total loss actually happened, and constructive total loss is created because of happening with some losses. So these two losses will be always there when you are taking your product to the other parts of the world. The partial loss, there is partial is 50-50 or 60-40, and this loss can be there is it helps us to cover or recover something out of the losses that has happened to the exporter. And the partial loss usually it is according to section 56, that is loss partially happened to the exporter when it is transited to the importer's country. And the particular average loss, on an average, we always say on an average. So it defines it as a partial loss of the subject matter insured caused by and unwanted things happen, and which is not a general average loss. An example, it is a damage to the ship by running aground or damage to the cargo by fire. So anything which happens unexpectedly will be covered under this losses made by the organization. So this is about the losses, what always happens because of business risk. So business risk will cover marine loss, that is marine insurance. The rest will move. The next move on to the next topic. Next topic. I'm sorry. We are not able to hear my voice.
Oh, voice is coming.
Yes, yes.
Now, ma'am, it's coming now. She was speaking before, then we don't know.
Nobody was informing me. I thought you are hearing it.
No, we
Okay.
get
Ma'am,
one
before we were
slide,
not
and now
hearing.
we
Okay,
can
okay.
hear
Now we
now.
are okay. So I'll start from there is a topic here is unfair trade practices. So unfair trade practices we all know. Telling one thing and doing one thing. That is not to be followed in any say there is any business that should be avoided. So basically it happens in production, marketing, advertisement, import, export. And first form of unfair trade practice is false representation. False representation is telling one thing and giving the other thing. Any examples?
Suppose if I am claiming that I am shipping certain product of this much value, but actually the product are undervalued, and if
Yes,
the ship sinks, then
yes.
if they go to claim, then there is a misrepresentation.
So wherever you go within the country or other countries, we should not follow this. So false representation that should be avoided. So giving a guarantee and not giving a guarantee, or giving a warranty not following it. All these things should not be there. If there is no guarantee or warranty, that should be printed in the packing cover itself. So we should always follow the rules and regulations of how to send the product or how to sell the product, how to pack the product. Packing also has got certain rules and regulations. Example in advertisement is give this example, telling one thing but it is not doing the same thing. Second one is false offer of bargain price. False offer. That is when you say that your advertisement, whereas for example, when my college advertisement is going to come in a newspaper, if you give one advertisement is given in offer. So that should not be given as a false thing. So whatever it's going to happen, actually, that should be given to the customers or given to the buyers, whoever it is. So you should not give any false offer, whether it is for export or import. False offer should not be given. Sometimes offer says you will be given an offer of one, that is buying this product at 1 rupee. But when you go for buying the product, they will say that if you buy 10,000 rupees worth of product, you'll be given a second product at 1 rupee. So that should not be given as false offer. Third one is free gifts offer and price. These are the things which comes under unfair trade practices. So there is no claiming of free gifts offer. If you are announcing free gifts, it should be given to the customer. So it should not be made only for making your customers to come to your shop or for buying a product. If it is given as advertisement, that advertisement should be followed by the seller. So when it is not followed by the seller, what is going to happen? If you are giving fault advertisement and the customer comes to your shop seeing the advertisement, and after coming to the shop you are saying that advertisement is not given by us, it is given by fault, what will happen to your organization? The topic is boring.
No, no, no,
No,
no.
ma'am, it will be distribute.
Yeah, and even the organization name, reputation will get spoiled.
Yes, your goodwill will be spoiled, and the same goodwill cannot be recovered immediately within a few years or few months. It takes time. So once your name is spoiled, it's spoiled. So that is why you always keep in mind that unfair trade practices, even if you are a beginner, some beginning companies, what they will do is they will give false representation to attract the customers in the beginning. But after attracting the customers, later on, they will not follow it. Why? Because they have started getting more and more customers. That should not be done. So we have to do what we can do. That is what we have to keep in mind as a manufacturer or as an exporter. So we have to go according to the requirements of the customer. So don't give any free gifts offer, and it is false statement related. You can give free gifts, but as it is given in the advertisement, that should be followed. For example, there was an advertisement given in the newspaper by a branded jeans pant. They said that in the paper, if you are buying four jeans pant, you are supposed to pay only 1,000 rupees. And after seeing this advertisement, one customer went to the shop And what they said is the offer was over already. So what is the fault here is the company, they didn't mention any date. Within this date, if you are buying for jeans pant, you will be given offer. They didn't mention the date, and the customers also, they are not worried about the date. So this kind of representation should be avoided by the companies when you are giving offers. And the next, this is an example. Next one is photo retouching. So photo retouching is, that is your commercials. Often they do changes in the advertisement, and for that is they will give false portrait. So clear picture will not be given. That is this kind of example. There is actually the, it is only in the advertisement it will be there. It will not happen in reality. So false impression should not be created on the product or your company. That should be avoided. And the fifth one is omitting information is also one of the form of unfair trade practices. Omitting, so avoiding or not giving, and unwantedly avoiding it, that should not be done. So an ad may omit or skim over important information. That is very important. For example, if you are advertising about tablet or anything which is very important to their life, that should not omit any information relating to the tablet. So TV advertisements or any advertisements in the newspaper or magazine, wherever it is, if that particular product should have this information, that should be given by the manufacturer or the person who's advertising the product. So it should not be omitted. So omitting is also one kind of unfair trade practices. And the next one is hidden fees and surcharges. So hidden fees, when you are giving an information about the product, you should also mention the cost of the product. For example, if I am advertising about treatment in, there is fairness treatment in parlor. So actually fairness treatment, why I'm going for fairness treatment is I want to be fair. But they have advertisement that if you come for fairness treatment, all the packages will be given free of cost, and you will be satisfied with the treatment of this parlor. That was the advertisement given. But when I went to the parlor, they were selling that all the other accompanied treatment will be paid with concession of 50%. For example, if it is bleaching, I have to pay 5,000 rupees in the place of 10,000 rupees. That's what they said. That is, hidden fee should be you given clearly. So if you are saying that there is hidden fees or any other charges, if it is not informed to the customers, that is also comes under unfair trade practices. And the next one is manipulation of measurement units and standards. There is quantity. Measurement units, for example, if you are exporting or if you are giving selling any dress materials, which is, for example, if it is salwar, and if your measurement over the cover, it says that it is XL size, but actually when it is bought by the customer and weared, it was only large size. So measurement
Yeah,
unit should not be manipulated. So whether it
I
is the
can
local,
give one example. Sorry to
yes,
interrupt. So
you
we
can
can,
give.
yeah, so there is one very typical example that we all can refer, like a chips packet. It
Yes,
says, 200, for example, it says 200 grams, but when you open the packet, it's only 100 grams. Remaining 100 grams is only air, you
yes.
know?
But we are paying for both.
Yes, right.
So many products we can refer like this, but we are supposed to pay for it. So that comes under that is you should not do like that, but that is airtight packet. It is there is usually these products. That is not only this product. There is sometimes if we take any branded product also, some branded products will not be following the specifications which is printed over the cover. So we have to overcome all those things. So manipulation of measurement units and standards, that should not be manipulated. So what it is actually giving, it should be mentioned over the slip, what you are pasting over the dress materials or over the cover of packing, whatever it is. So whatever it is, the government always gives a specification. These are the details which should be printed over the cover with the name of the product. Everything is given according to the government standards. So when you are giving the standards, that standard should not be manipulated. If any organization manipulates, that comes under unfair trade practices. So the last one is manipulation of measurement units and standards. So whatever the standards we have to follow, that should not be violated by the there is seller. manufacturer, seller, or whoever it exporter. So they should not violate it. According to the rules and regulations, they have to go. So this is what relating to unfair trade practices. So next we move on to the next topic. The next topic is export procedure. So these are the points which comes under export procedure. Registration. Shall we continue or shall we wind up? You didn't have 10 minutes, 5 minutes break.
I
What?
mean, whichever way you feel good, ma'am.
If I start now, I will finish only. I think it will take 10 minutes by 12, and you didn't have any break in between. Is it okay for you? Or shall
Whichever
we
way,
start this?
ma'am. It's up to you, ma'am.
No, it is up to you. I can continue for many hours.
For us also, this topic is also very important and tricky. So,
Yes. Shall we start in the next class?
okay, ma'am, if you feel so, it's okay.
Then we'll discuss some other points for the points what we have discussed earlier. Is it okay for others?
Yes.
Okay, if you have any doubts in the previous points, you can have clarification here. Or I want to know whether all the points were clear.
Yeah, so
Yes.
far.
Yesterday's class also this was the strength. Only 11 of us are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 11.
No, yesterday around 40 was there, larger audience one.
40.
No, it's 14.
1, 4. So because of Sunday today it is only 11.
Yeah, and most probably not everyone is aware that the online classes are started.
Okay. But actually they must have received a mail from the university, I think so.
We received the mail, but it was very recent only. Like I think Friday evening only we received the mail. That is what people have not been checking. I think.
Okay. So as we are going to continue for a month for online classes, shall I know your place from where you are once, Smani, sir from Mumbai? And what about others, Rinku?
I am from Mumbai too.
Okay. Then
Sujitra from Chennai.
Sujitra from Chennai. I am from Pondicherry. Then Aishwarya, some name is there.
Ma'am from New Delhi.
New Delhi. Okay. Bhupati Sarangi. Okay. Exam. Financing and documentation will this subject will be relating to all the documents whatever you have to adopt or prepare at the time, as I said, every stage of your export. So mainly all the units have been concentrating only on the topics relating to your export. So you want any clarification you can ask. You can also give some suggestions. Some topics give extra points.
Ma'am, for answering the question in the exam, do you prefer just the brief answer, or would you prefer answer with some examples?
See, for this paper, you can write with examples.
Okay,
Relating to certain headings, you can give examples wherever it is possible. If it is relating to act, laws, and all, you cannot give examples.
right.
Documents, you cannot give examples. But if it is
Mm-hmm.
relating to export or as a given example for unfair trade practices, you can give example. Losses, you can give examples. If it is relating to marine insurance policies. So detailed
Yeah.
answer, you can also change your way of answering depending upon the sections. Part A, Part B, there is sections you can change according to that.
Okay.
So at the end of the syllabus is over, I will also recommend certain important questions. Or if you want, I can give a unit wise at the end of every unit.
Yes, that would be perfect actually.
Yes, I will give in the next class. Unit wise, I will give. So it will be
Okay.
helpful for you for preparing.
Yes.
Okay, so 5 minutes you can have break for the next class. So shall we wind up now? Already I have
Yes,
not
ma'am.
given any break in between.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for consideration.
Okay, thank you. We'll meet next Saturday.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for all.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, students. Hello.
Good
Good morning,
afternoon,
sir.
sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We'll start the class. I may be taking you 45 minutes only because I have some other work to go outside. So, whatever it may be, tomorrow we'll see the next class. Right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, let us talk about the subject which is related to your international business laws. And yesterday I was taking about the overview of the subject. Now, when you're talking about the overview of this subject, I have talk to you about what are the conditions that is prevailing in the international market or international countries. What are the laws that is making them? Now, let us start quickly with the laws which are governed by different countries and how they are managing the business. Now, let us talk about the different countries. Now, when you're talking about this legal framework for international business, we see that every country have their own business, their laws. So each nation having their own laws, including India. Now, when you talk about from where these laws have come, now when you're talking about the countries like Singapore, France, Italy, then Malaysia, Thailand, then Canada, UK, then USA, Japan, all these are there. But when you come to a few countries like we can say Canada, which is the second largest in the world from its own constitution in 1882 by the act of British Parliament. So it is a bicameral parliament, House of Commons and Senate. They follow their legal system, which are based on their common law tradition. So this is one of that is the regulatory framework which of Canada, which is expected to be Quebec, and they have their own cultural language and the institutions which are governing the law. And when come to the audio, my audio is. Can you hear my audio voice?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please respond because sometimes technical issues will be there. So it will be very problem. Now, when you're talking about the other countries like Germany, we know that Germany, which was earlier, it is East Germany, West Germany, and now we see that is United Germany. So when you're talking about that, they have their own codes. German Civil Code, we say, which is developed by the which has taken the laws from other countries like China, Japan, and Middle East European countries. But when they released two Germany's nations were there, it is both of political authorities divided between the federal governments and the states. Now, when the United Germany has come, they have their own law, common law between the two, and they have their intellectual property rights, and they are controlled by the most powerful the president, what you call as the chancellor of the country. No, they cannot make the decisions against the chancellor of the country like our president of the country. And they have the civil code of German, what you call as a German commercial code. So which is having around 2000 2000 to 300 2000 to 3000 sections divided into 5 parts because of their legal and contractual obligations. Now, when you take about the other country, which is a OPEC country, that is oil producing, exporting countries like Saudi Arabia, that is the Saudi Arabia, we say Saudi, which is based on the legal system, that is Islamic country. Islamic legal system is there, which is they are followers of the Shire commandments of the Muhammad Prophet. So they mostly depend upon the Quran. So what Quran is saying, they made in the Gazette, and they follow as per the Supreme Commissioner on Labor and the disputes, the commission settlement, dispute settlement, board of governance, which is merely depends upon the Quran. You cannot violate the rules and regulations which are given in their what you call the judiciary, that is official gadget, which is published by the king of the Saudi Arabia. Now you know that if anything is happened in Saudi Arabia, it is totally punishable. So any dispute which is to be there should be settled between the government and the victims. So there is a regulatory structure which is important for Saudi Arabia that is continually growing. We cannot deny the Saudi Arabia laws. Even if you take the one which I told you yesterday, after the World War II, the country which has USA has dropped 2 nuclear bombs. So that is Hiroshima, Nagasaki country, the land of rising sun, we can say, that is Japan. Now we know that Japan is developed through technologies. So everyone like the technology, but how they are managing? So they say first they said that take our everything, but leave our management. So they are mostly familiar with the management laws, and they have which is influenced by the German civil code of and the American influence. So rightly in early days, now Japanese give very much important to Confucian system, where they are headed by the family or we can say village was the deciding authority. You cannot have your own decision. Either the family has to take the decision or the village head has to take the decision, which is rarely contested, and it's a process of industrialization in the 19th century. So Germany has taken the code from the German civil code, as I told you just now. German civil code, that is undivided Germany and united Germany. So they make it all this as per the second law, that is bicameral legislature, we say. And you already know the other one, which is a country which is now the popular most, and the second in the population, the earliest world population is China. Now India defeated China in the world population, which has made the terrible growth in the economy because of the industrialization, the laws taken in the government by this present government, and they also made the business laws based on the Japanese Confucian attitude, because really they have their faith in their behaving and honorable of the ethical manner. So as I told you yesterday, China can produce inferior goods, and Japan can produce quality goods also, because it is the nature. Because they have a dual system where we can say the people have to purchase their product. They want to conquer the world with their business. That is what China is doing now. So this is primarily based on the dark ages in 1966, the second revolution, which was started in the 1976, and the death of Mejandos. So today, China is the biggest one in the developing economy. Like we say that BRICS country, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. So these are one of the countries which are developing because of their agreements between their foreign trade and etc. And another one, you say the one which is having in the European community, they say European Union. So as I told you in the last class, this totally because of the European Union, which was trying as a economic alliance and compatible with the political and legal setup. Because why this has happened? That is because of the World War II. Because no country was developed, no country was self-sufficient. So if you want something, you have to buy from other country or import from other country. So that's why they have come with together. Whether they want to import the steel or export the steel, they have to depend upon the communities. The one which was developed is European Economic Community, and that is Maastricht Treaty, we say, that is Eurostrom, the ECC. The mega treaty was subsequently signed by all the countries in the world. And the other one which you already said, the king of the countries, we say the dictator of all the countries in the world, we say America, which has its own legislations relating to the business. It is regulated under the Export Administrative Act, we say 1979. The primary objective is to protect the economy in case of short supply. Now, America is under the what is called the mixed economy, social economy, and capitalist economy. So, which is under the capitalist economy, it doesn't have any control. That's totally the private people only. So, is there any protection for the supply? So, that is anything if the government think that is to be protected, they will be protected under this Export Administrative Act 1979 and based on the foreign policy objectives. So, this was a complexity structure, both the imports and exports, and includes any anti-boycotting regulations. Now, you say, as I told you in the last class, America doesn't want Chinese products. America doesn't want Japanese technology. But still, some products are imported by America. Why? Means it's an agreement between the countries. It is compulsory. So it is a statutory export control and sensitive dual use of the goods and services. We say, and there is a proliferation for nuclear, biological, chemical weaponry. So this type of now you see any weapon that you want, you should depends upon America. Or any weapon you want, you depend on France, Italy. For example, you take our cryogenic engine, depends upon Russia. You say MiG aircrafts, we are dependent upon France. So, because the biological technologies or chemical technologies, which depends upon different, but we have to make the agreement between them. Then only we can do the business. And we say, this Export Administrative Act, which was expired in 1889 only, but periodically it was reauthorized for the short period of time, and it was expiring on it was expired in 2001, and it is again made mandatory by the American government, like International Emergency Economic Power Act. If they want, it will enact the license for that. So these are the one which is having the laws. And when you talk about the global business laws, every country is enacted with their own act, like international sales of goods, bill of lading, letter of credit, government regulations of import and exports, transfer of technology and intellectual property protection, the forms, and we say foreign direct investment. All you know this. International sales of goods. You sell the goods. Suppose you say Tata acquired Jagar, and this Lakshmi Metals, which had Luxembourg steel plant. All these are there. This is only what the sale of goods, where you say exports can be done, imports can be done, and if you do a shortage of money, you can ask the other government or institutions by giving a letter of credit. So you can repay to them when it is required. When you say government regulations, import and exports, and transfer technology, just now I told you, transfer technology related to your cryogenic engine from, and we say other nuclear like BrahMos, which is a joint venture between the government of India and Russia. So this is one where you say their protection, they have to be protected. So transfer technology is one. We are in cryogenic, which is used for launching pad of the satellites. So in India, we are using the satellite launching pad, which was transfer technology from Russia. And we say foreign direct investment, we are getting more foreign direct investment because of the enactment. We made foreign countries to come to India and take the one. And what are these we have is the taxation in global economy. Yes, we have taxation in the global economy. We say anti-dumping duties, we say tax treaty, we say double taxation avoidance is there, and we say domestic global tax laws, like we have anti-dumping duties in India and elsewhere, and we say international commercial arbitration, Now, when there is a fundamental legal between the government with the country from India, in the home country and the host country, or a domestic country and the foreign country. So when their investment is done, this will be the one of the criteria where we have to go for arbitration. Now, I think recently last year in India we have International Arbitration Mediation Center in Hyderabad by our Chief Justice of India N. Ramana, which was opened in India and Hyderabad. So where you see, for example, I tell you the case of that LML Vespa and Piaggio. Do you know anyone this case relating to LML Vespa and Piaggio?
No, sir.
Yeah, when you come to this LML Vespa and Piaggio, which was automobile, Lohia Motors Limited, where you see these, they both come together and establish a company called LML Vespa. They used to manufacture two-wheeler scooter. So what happened? Then Vespa want to withdraw from the investment. Then LML says no, I have invested more, and Vespa says no, I have invested more. So as per the law, we say 50-50 share partnership should be there when they have to distribute the profit between these two. But they went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court said you have to solve this case out of the court. Then they went to the international court. So international court also says because both are investors, both have the same rights, we cannot solve the problem between two because both are invested, both have 50%. So we cannot do anything. So the court says, the international court says, you solve the case at the international outside the court, and they say both the LML Vespa and Piaggio, Piaggio sat together and settled with a profit of sharing of 50-50, and they solved the problem. So this was done with the ambit of no profit and no loss. So the 50-50 profit is shared between two. Now LML was out of the market, and the Vespa, happy. Piaggio has introduced the market and enter into the market with Happy Autos, and now they launched their Vespa scooters in the country recently. So this where arbitration takes place, where this the court arbitrator means between the parties. You can have more arbitrators. You can have more than different country arbitrators. You can allow them to be listening the case. So it's like a court only. We have to make the settlement between the disputes. So this is the arbitrator is the settlement dispute commercially international arbitration system. That is dispute resolution takes place and they have to solve. And they both have to agree. And we say public international laws, we have when it is a loss of fight against the global terrorism or loss of war crimes, tribunal, etc. So now we take about our Naren Modi or Vijay Mallya, where they did the business and went to the foreign countries and have the shelter. Now how to bring them back to the country? Now there are the laws where we can the judiciary bodies or the human rights laws or the we say international trade laws or the international criminal laws and international environmentals are there which can make them to bring to the country and make them impeachment and the laws of international business transaction where you say related to the international sale of goods, bill of lading, letter of credit, export, import, intellectual property rights, and say foreign directments. These are the transactions we can do with this law on international and international trade laws. So we say already we talk about the WTO or the other word we call as GATT, General Agreement Tariff Trade, and which was 1946 to 1994, which was around nearly 50 to 60 years. And after the Uruguay round in Doha conference, that the 1st January 1991, we had WTO. Another one which is subject to the regulatory system, which is particularly with the European Union and SAPTA. We have one is South Asian Preferential Treaty Association, or we have a NATO. NAFTA, we say that is North American Free Trade Agreement. These are the where you see the domestic state statutes or unfair trade practices, dumping subsidies can be done with this international trade law. And international intellectual property rights, we have seen you after WTO has come into the picture. They have TRIPS, GATS, that is already come into the picture. where you say that is a globally spreading of the internet, the continuing disparity, the difference between the countries. So when when you are crossing the borders, like say copyrights, patents, trademarks, and IP issues, which is domestic courts can have to solve, or the conflict of law, which is a jurisdiction parallelism. So suppose I tell you, after the after the internet has come into the picture, there are a lot of cases coming in, malwares, etc., or we can say online payments, etc. These are the one theft, that is spyware. All these are coming, so they are to be settled. So the foreign institutions or the foreign countries' judgments also can help on multilateral IP, that is internet protocol treaties. And you can say international financial law and environment. We say the law which is related to, yesterday I told you, we say International Monetary Fund, International World Bank, we say, then International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRT, we say European Commercial Bank, we say Foreign Direct Investment, we say foreign investor institutions, prevention of money laundering, transfer pricing, etc. GDR, Global Deposit Receipts, and we say ADR, American Deposit Receipts. These are the institutions which are making the issues related to the financial loss and security transaction loans. We can, when you are crossing the borders, we can get the loan from the foreign countries, like we say India is borrowing money from Japan for our health schemes, or we can loan from Singapore for some other purpose, because of this the treaties which are made between the governments. Now when you say international legal research, now we can say, earlier we were only the Indian lawyers only to argue in the Indian courts, but now Indian lawyers can argue any international court because of the legal research they have made it. Because it has made online now. So you know, if you want to go to foreign country, or you can go to the online and make the findings of the foreign jurisdictions, which are now making the international business institution. Now, when you're taking about the international environmental protection, we say that potential we say environmental issues related to global climatic change. Now we'll say green marketing, we say environmental protection. Then when you're talking about the catastrophic zone, ozone depletion, air pollution, now we say green diversity, biological diversity. These are the one which is taking a international business. Now we say, like India, I will give the example where American, Australian companies, they have dumped the waste in our Indian Ocean. So how they are making the dumping in the Indian Ocean? Who made them this? All the waste were dumped in India, so that the environment will be polluted. So this comes under the environmental pollution, environmental loss, and international politics and international laws will taking care of this one. So international mergers and acquisition, you can cross border, you can do purchase, buy and merge the international companies like Tata and Jogger, and we say Lakshmi Metal with Luxembourg steel plant. So taking over the foreign country. And now we are talking about the GATT. I already told you it is 1946 to 1999, 31st December 1995, which was a general agreement on tariffs and trade, properly known as the GATT. So after this, there are trade barriers are there in this GATT, and that is was most favored nation. That is, say MFN. The status was removed because of the lowest applicable tariff rates for the imports of a most favored nation. And India is also one of the country which was a WTO, and now popularized as a WTO since 1995 1st January. So that is supervised, and it's currently it is having 185 countries, and the staff over Geneva and Switzerland, and replacing the WTO GATT with the WTO. So countries can negotiate with their member countries doing the business as per the Doha round of the conference. And you have UN conventions, we have UNCTD, United Nations Commerce and Trade. There are many conventions are there which has to be maintained by the member countries relating to economic statistics, environment, telecommunication, transportation, arbitration, and health, traffic in persons, human rights, etc. And a multilateral institution, we say, already I told you, it's related to financial institutions like International Monetary Fund and International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, International Financial Corporation, we say International Development Association, and we say International Investment and Guarantee Agency. Now, just now I told you, like related to UNCTD, that is United Nations Commerce and Trade and Development, which was established in 1964, which was still running. Even though it has a SAFTA is there, NAFTA is there, but still UNCTD is also running for the business. Now, when you're talking about this relating to legalities, when you say framework for international business, we say all are purposive. Each company has to their own purposive, make the standards according to the requirements, and there should be dynamic, changing every time. It is not static. So governed by the national bodies like WTO, WHO, World Health Organization, World Trade Organization, International Arbitration, International Trade Laws, IMF, whatever may be, that is to be governing as a legal framework by the international business, which is a complexity due to various regional variation in the operative aspects of the multilateral laws relating to copyrights with one country or other country, or with the writer royalties to be taken care. And when you're talking about the complexity due to conflicting the or unclear rules, where you say any dispute is there, you have to be settled. So when you are making the laws, only should be a transparency and accountability, and making this complex due to nationalism is not accepting globalism. When you're talking about one should accept what are the laws made by the government of the other countries. So one country making the laws, so when it is making the agreement within the other countries also, it has to make the accept that laws. Suppose India is making the agreement with Singapore, it has to accept the laws made by the Singapore government as well as the Indian government. Both has to agree. If not, it will not be that much justice for them in doing the business. So complexity to counterfeiters or imitators. So any intellectual property rights comes. So international business enterprises are facing this. Now we see that the practice, the disparity should be settled. So the where intellectual property rights should be settled, whether the counterfeiters are to be settled, or the share in the royalty should be settled, or dealers his profit and buyers of the quality product should also be done properly as per the Trade Act between the countries. Now, when you're talking about the European laws, we have corpus juris civilis, because the European laws, that is on the Roman law, they are dependent. So, but the Roman laws, they are expected as a codified form part of central laws. So they are mainly depends upon the Chinese or the Middle East laws they follow. So, and the other one, when you're talking about the criminal procedure, so as a criminal procedure laws, whether when a company is doing the business in the other country, when there is a people who are cheating the company and for leaving the country and going to other countries and having the shelter, like example is Britannia, which was started in Europe, in Singapore. But due to loss, he came to India back and have a shelter, and with started his own Britannia company here. So these are the one countries having their civil procedure code they have to follow. What is the civil procedure code? That is in India. What is civil procedure code in Singapore or Thailand or in Malaysia? they have the similar procedure code, different similar procedure to followed. And if it does not exist, because of the loophole, they will do all this type of improper misoperation of the business. Now, when you talk about the direct tax code, we say in India we have the direct tax code, where you say the employers will be paying the taxes to the government. Earlier there is a indirect taxes, so the customer has to pay the tax, or the company has to pay the tax, like send tax, VAT tax, modified tax, all this. But now the employees need not bother about when direct tax are paid by the employee to the employer, and the employer in turn will pay to the government for the taxes, income tax department. So this is having the tax relief based on this. They'll be having a tax imposition on them if they are not paid in time. So these are the laws which is related to the country having the impact of code on common law and business laws. So when you say international business contracts, legal provisions are there. When you say related to private law and public law, so they have to follow the public law mostly with the governments. And when you say it's a private law, also there come into the picture when it's okay, I inshallah. So when you're talking about this, there should be an offer and accept. When you're making the contract, we say that is the contract between the two parties enforced by the law. So without enforcing by law, we cannot have the contract. It is not called a contract. So we say all contracts are agreement, but all agreements are not contracts. So a contract, we say agreement plus enforced by legally enforced by the law. So all contracts are agreement, but all agreements are not contracts. What are the valid elements of the contracts? We say there should be a proposal and acceptance, a consideration of law, free consent, and so that is free to accept that contract. He should not be a minor. He should be a major. He should not be a lunatics. He should not be insolvent. He should not have a legal relationship possible of performance, and agreement must be expressly declared to be void. Not expressly should be void. It should not be declared by the court of law as a void. So these are the one which consideration for the legal capacity. So you should have a capacity for them. So all these are the one which is having the contract of agreement, and the regulation relation should be there, and it should be enforced by the law. When you say international contract, we say that is pro forma invoices. We should take that buyer and seller with the name and address, buyer preference number, date of expiry, price of each item, approximate crosses, and net shipping weight, trade discount, delivery point, terms of sales, etc. So these are comes under the now when you're talking about the international sales agreement, the agreement should be bond. So you have to have a MOU between the countries. So yeah, as per the Goods Act, we say normally as per the United Nations Convention on Contract for the International Sale of Goods, that is a CISG, that is Vienna Convention. So as per this Vienna Convention, every country has to follow the international sale of international sales agreement, and that is what is called as a uniform commercial code. So that is United Nations Convention contract for the international sale, that is Vienna Convention, that is to be unilateral, we say, which come into the sign on Vienna in 1980. That is going on every time, and as of now it's ratified by 79 countries, and the bill is the last. Students, shall we take the remaining class, the next class, or shall I have the class at 1 o'clock?
Sir, whichever way you feel good.
I'll try to join at 1 o'clock if possible. If not, next week.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Vanakkam, sir.
Vanakkam, sir. Shall we start, sir?
Right now, there are only 10 people are there. Maybe we can wait for some 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah, that will be a good idea. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, shall we start? We can recap some of the points which have been saw yesterday.
Yes,
Sir?
sir. Yeah, we can start. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, you know that what is that global marketing management? It is nothing but you are going to practice or you are going to do your marketing over outside our nation. Okay. That is, you are going to design an international plan around some of the main elements which are in the marketing. That is product, price, promotion, and distribution. So these are the main important core elements which are needed for design, to make a design for an international market, that is called a global marketing management. Okay, while you are going for global marketing level, we have what are the benefits that the company is going to get? What are the benefits that the company or the global company is going to get? Once if you are going to the market in an international level, so at that time you need to maintain a good quality product. Is it correct? Definitely. Definitely you have to maintain a quality product and services, because you are going to compete with the international marketers. You are going to compete with the international marketers because they are far off our quality than our Indian products. So at that time we need to maintain. Okay, actually, while we are exporting some of the main goods and services to the other countries. What are the goods? Mainly, we are going for handicap products, and then spices. So these are the main items, and then coal, minerals. So these are all the main items we are exporting, but we are not exporting and also agricultural products. Agricultural products we are exporting, but rather than we are not exporting any technical products. Any technical products, it's very meager amount. Meager amount only we are exporting. Why we are not able to do such kind of technological products to other countries? Means we are poor in technology. We are poor in quality of that doing that kind of technological products. So we need to upgrade. Once if you are compared with the developed countries, we are 10 years or 20 years behind that countries, technology wise. But nowadays we are somewhat improving in the technology and the telecommunication sector. Maybe we are advanced, but they have actually they have came to 6G, 7G or 8G, like that they are going. But presently we have only 4G, then 5G. Now only we are introducing 5G. So like that only we are going. So even the telecommunication side also we are almost less than. But we need to improve. We need to improve means we have to self-sustain is most important. Self-reliance is most important. That is why that Indian government is giving lots of pressure to do some kind of technological products by its own. But we have to use our technology. We have to improve, but that technological products should compete with the other countries. It is needed that you have to be like a good competitor with the global level. Once if you are maintaining the quality, once the quality is maintained, definitely you are going to have a very good future on it. Okay, is it correct, sir? Is it audible?
Yeah, very much.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then second important benefit that you are going to get by the way of global marketing management is you are going to create a brand image over it. Brand image. That is the second important benefit. Once if you are going to the international level, that your brand image, your branding is good. If the branding is nice, that brand name will goes for all the countries. Then your sales volume is going to increase. If the sales volume is increased, means that will leads to increase in your profit. Okay, so while you are getting very 10% or 20% of a profit over in a domestic level, means once if you are going in international level, you are going to get a huge amount of profit. That it is innumerable profit that you are going to get once if you are going in international level. This is well and good. How? Only by the way of maintaining a quality service. Once if you are doing a quality service, but most of the companies they are doing a quality service at the initial level. But after that, the maintenance of the quality, maintenance of the service is somewhat lacking in our, that is inborn quality. I do not know. inbound quality or I do not know, but that kind of quality that will reduce our quality of products in our in India, as well as when you are going to an international level. So that is the main reason for which we cannot able to maintain the good market over it. But that that foreign companies are coming to an India, but we are ready to buy all that kind of products. Why? You just compare. You just think of. I just want to ask one small question. You look at your home. Look at your home. What are the products that you are using, whether it is an Indian product or foreign products? Like television, you take a television, TV, and then you can go for a refrigerator. You can go for any other car, a mobile phone. So you just think of what are the products, whether you are using an Indian product. Kindly tell me.
No, sir. My laptop, both laptop are Dell laptop. My TV is LG TV. My AC is
Yeah.
Hyundai. So they are all international. My cell phone
Yeah.
is from China.
Hmm. So everywhere we are using only the foreign company products. Foreign company products. We are not buying. We are not using our Indian products. Why? We are ashamed of us only because we are poor in quality. We are poor in quality. So once if you are, that is the thing that I want to convey you all. Once if you are going for an international marketing level, you want to create a brand image for that. First, you have to maintain a quality. That is the first and foremost thing. Okay, and then you must give a raised knowledge about the what is the brand you are going to give it to the foreign countries. Okay, you have to make a brand image over it. You have to create a brand image and also create an awareness about your brands. That is most important. That's the third one is most important of raised knowledge about your brandings. Okay, once if you they are aware about your brand name, once it is exist. For example, some of the brands which have been going to the international level. For example, you take anyone who is in Pondicherry, students, please. Okay, I just tell that Casablanca, you know that leather products. They are dealing with the leather products, Casablanca. So maximum amount of products which have been they are exporting to foreign countries like Europe and France, like so that the European countries as well as America. So their buyers are very high cost. They are maintaining the quality. It's only a leather product. So leather products they are selling. They are selling in the foreign country. They are maintaining the quality. Here also, if you want to buy the same kind of products in Pondicherry or wherever it is, that minimum cost is 25,000 to 20,000, 40,000, like that. Okay, so they are maintaining the quality only by the way of pricings. So once they are once if you are getting a good products, we have to sacrifice some amount of pricing level. Okay, but we are very cost conscious peoples. I know that we are all of cost conscious people. So at the time we can't able to have a very good quality products, good quality products. Even you know that you are having a same kind of once if you are entered into any garment shop, same kind of product, same color, same same thing for three varieties. One is 1,000, one is 5,000, another one is 8,000. So there will be a quality difference among these three things. Because of that, they are maintaining such kind of qualities because of we are all cost conscious peoples. And then another benefit that you are going to get is lesser cost, and but you are going for a lesser cost that is not going to reach you the peoples. But once if you are here from here we are producing in India itself means that will be a lesser cost for us. Once if you are going for a market to the other countries means you are going to get a high amount of profit. That is also another benefit. And then another important benefit is you are going to reach the wider target audience. That I already told that you are going to get a wide target audience, so you can maintain a minimum amount of target audience that you can reach the huge amount of profit out of it. And then you are going to gain a upper hand to the competitors in the domestic level itself. Okay, in the domestic level, you are going to get a once if you are entered into a foreign countries, that is a global marketing level, means you are become an upper hand in India level itself. For example, if that yesterday I told that there will be a like an MRF as well as that Reliance companies. So that their products who selling in the foreign countries, means that will be an upper hand because they are having a very good market in India itself while going to the other countries. Okay, so these are all the main important benefits that you are going to reach out of the global marketing. Global marketing. Okay, let's move on to that product level. Product level. That I told, yesterday I explained something about the products. Before going to the product, what are the things you have to take into consideration? What are the things that you have to take into consideration? Okay. First, we have to move on to the new product development, global new product development. Yesterday I said something, I touched something. I just want to explain more on that. First and foremost, for the new product development, for the new product development, idea generation is the first important point. First point is idea generation. For the inspection of a new product, it starts with an idea. Okay, you have to get an idea from several sources. First, you are going to produce or you are going to introduce a new product. Means you have to get ideas from at least from 500 or 300 ideas you have to get, out of which you may get ideas from your friends, from your relatives, from your neighbors, from wherever, from research organization, that industry, from industries, competitors, suppliers, buyers, from wherever you can get the ideas. Wherever you can get ideas. For example, I want to start a new concern. You kindly give a idea. Means definitely a lot of people are ready to give, but whether it is suitable or not, we should we only know that whether it is suitable or not. Is it correct? So in that way, you have to generate the ideas first of all. First of all, you have to generate the ideas. After idea generation, you are getting thousands of ideas. But out of which idea is suitable for you? Which idea is suitable for your knowledge level? That you have to identify. That is called idea screening. Okay, you are not sure about the particular idea. So at the time, you need to go for which idea is best for us. So you just, while screening all the ideas, you can able to reduce it to 100 ideas, 100 ideas or 10 ideas or 20 ideas. Okay, so you just comparing with the what are the factors which are uh, applicable for you, so that you can compare it. Okay, while comparing all those things, while screening all those things, you can get 20 good ideas from out of it. For example, I'm telling. Okay, so and then you can go for business analysis. You can make a business analysis, whether it is according to your financial status, financial analysis. According to your financial analysis, whether it is suitable for you or you can able to produce a product or not, that you can identify. Okay. After all this analysis was over, you can go for product development process. Product development process. What kind of products that you are going to do, that you have to identified. You are already identified by the way of screening of ideas. Then you may go for product development process. After your product development process was happened, everything was already done. Then you can go for what kind of marketing strategy that you are going to use it, what kind of business model that you are going to use. Because while going for the marketing strategies and business model, you have a different models you have. For example, there are four important elements like there will be in a global level, there will be a model. That model name is I just want to confirm it. 1 minute. The SAIT model. Yeah, SAIT model. As well as there will be another model is called what called WebStar and Win model. WebStar and a Win model. WebStar and Win model. So while going for WebStar and Win model, you have a 4 set of variables like environmental variables, and then organization variables, and then buyer center variable, and individual variable. So you have a 4 set of variables. So in that environmental variables, what are the technical things that you have to apply it, and the economical variables that you have to consider, political variables that you have to consider, legal variables, what are the legal procedures which have been adopted while going for the marketing process, manufacturing of the product. And then once you are going for an organization level, it is a internal level. In an internal level, what are the things that you have to adopt? Like what is the goal? What is your structure, organization structure? What kind of policies? What kind of procedures? And what kind of rewards? Everything that it should be adapted in this organization level. Okay. Once if you are going for a buying center, what kind of authority, what kind of size, what kind of interpersonal relationship, everything which is comes under buying center level. And individual level means what that organization that you are going to have it. That is a personal goal, or by the way of experience, how you are going to get that kind of a marketing. Marketing is going to be done with the help of this 4 set of variables. Okay. So these are the basic things. While going for a manufacturing, you have to search everything, research everything. Once if you have done all those things, okay, you are manufacturing. Last only you are going for manufacturing of a product. Okay, you are manufactured, you are converted. Whatever the ideas that you have, it has been converted. Well and good. Okay, you are going for commercialization. Before that, you have to make one thing. Do you know what are the thing? What is the thing? Before commercialization, you have to go for test marketing. Test marketing is most important because while you are going for a global level, there will be a problem. What kind of problem that you are facing it means there will be a separate culture. They have a separate traditions. They have a separate taste, separate buying behavior. They don't have a same behavior like in Indian. Okay, so we don't have a same kind of behavior means at that time we need to have a proper research over it. Clear? For that we need to go for test marketing. Test marketing. Hello, can you hear my voice? Is it you are
Yes,
listening?
sir.
Yes,
Yes,
it is
yes.
good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Because I'm only speaking, Allah. That's why I want to confirm it. That's why I'm asking. Sorry. Once if you are going for a test marketing, you should you should take care about that whether that product you have to select particular area in a country or whatever the country that you are going to sell. You have to test it. Your brand is going to be tested it in that particular area. Once if the peoples are ready to buy, you just want to ask those person. You have to get a response from that, or whether they are giving a positive response or negative response. Everything you have to get it from the customers. Whether he is a manufacturer, another it's an industrial users or the end users, whoever it is. Okay, you just want to confirm all those things through the way of test marketing. Once if it is positive. If you are getting a positive response from your customer side, means well and good. You may go for commercialization. At the time. What are all the strategies? What are all the process in that marketing that you are going to do? Then it has been you are going to send that by the way of channels of distribution. You are going to send all those products to that area, wherever the country that you are going to sell it. Okay, so that kind of things will happen when if it is a positive sign has come. Okay, in case if it is a negative response have come at the time of this marketing, at that time what you can do, what you may do, you have to modify your product. What problem that you are facing? What kind of problem that you have been faced at the time of using the product? Only by the test marketing only you can get. You cannot go argue them. It is correct. This is the way you have to use. No, you have to get a proper response from them. You have to get the proper response from them. Then only it is that you need to whether the same kind of responses from all the customers. It is around 75 to 80% of customers are telling the same kind of problem. Means you need to modify whatever the product, whatever the value that you don't consider about that. Okay, so you just think of something, some good example. There will be a car producing company. They have produced a product. By the once they are going for that same brand is more success in the American countries. That same success in the England, the European countries. Then when they went to the market in Japan, but they are not accepted that kind of starings. They need to reduce the less, somewhat reduce that starring size like that. So at that time, what they did, they have to remodify it. They are, and then only there will be change in the starring level. That you can reduce below, and then you can increase everything. It has been fixed. But before that, there will be a same set of starring process. But by the way of test marketing, by the way of doing that research, then only you can able to know whether if it is fit for you or not. Okay, okay. So that is the main important thing. Once if it is a positive responsibility, it is no problem for that. Okay, or otherwise you have to remodify it. Once if it is remodified, it is once again you have to go for test marketing. They are accepting means you can go for product launch. You can go for product launch. So these are the main important elements for the new product development. Okay. So yesterday itself I explained about that PLC, product life cycle. That is introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. Okay. This is about the product. Even you can go for you are producing a product or you are selling the product, you are you are going to adopt this kind of marketing strategies. The as well as this kind of product life cycle is going to be happen the product level. Okay, next you may go for next important thing is pricing pricing types. Pricing strategies. What kind of pricing strategies as a more as a customer, as a seller, they are going to have at the time of introducing a product. What kind of pricing strategies? Okay, we have basically two basic strategies. One is skimming pricing, and one is penetration pricing. Do you know what is penetration pricing?
Yes, sir. When
Yeah.
we want to sell any new product in the market, we keep the prices very low so that it is accepted by the customer.
Good. That in the even if you are going in a global level, we need to go in such a way only. Once if it is a market is very new for us, it is very new for us that that they want to accept our product. We need to accept our product means we need to go for penetration pricing. We need to go for penetration pricing. The penetration pricing is an important pricing. Most of the majority of the sellers as well as while going for a introductory level, they are going for penetration pricing. And also there will be a skimming pricing. The skimming pricing is the pricing for which you may fix the price at the highest level at the introductory level. And then if the peoples are not accepted, if the product is not accepted, means are not accepted, or they are thinking that the products are high in value, So at the time we can marginally we can reduce the some amount of price. Okay. Even I know that in Indian market, that dailies, they started Deccan Chronicle. They started a price with the 1 rupee. Have you heard that?
1 rupee price.
Yeah. That they started at a started the Deccan Chronicle at 1 rupee.
But this is penetration pricing.
Yeah. It is penetration pricing. No. That is a scheme. That's skimming pricing. Sorry. It is penetration pricing.
Yeah,
I'm giving for an
price,
example.
best example is Apple. They price their product very high.
Yeah. I want to say about the penetration pricing. Sorry. For the penetration pricing, they are introducing at a 1 rupee. They are introduced at a 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. 1 minute. I'll come. Okay. Shall I continue?
Yes.
Okay. So in the case of penetration pricing, our best example is that Deccan Chronicle. They introduced at a 1 rupee, but uh, even till date, I remembered about that 1 rupee dailies of Deccan Chronicle. But now it has been increased to 6 rupees or 7 rupees. But we don't worry about that 6 rupees or 7 rupees. But we are those who are daily they are reading. They are going to buy that Deccan Chronicle. At the time, the other competitors also reduced somewhat, but Hindu is not reduced. Hindu is not reduced. So once while you are going for a foreign level or a global level, you have to think of what kind of pricing is good for us. Okay, while fixing that skimming pricing means definitely once if you have a why you said an example of Apple. Okay, is it correct? It is correct because they are standard in quality. Okay, they may maintain the same kind of quality. They are the customers are happy to buy for 1 lakh rupees. Yeah, mobile. Okay, so because they are maintaining a quality as well as they have a brand image, they have a what kind of the prestigious value, everything which have been exist because of this that brand name. We are ready to buy that kind of skimming. But nowadays, that Apple is also now they are reducing the price in order to compete in India. Is it correct? Because they are reducing their prices because that kind of production is going to be takes place in India itself. So these are the some of the pricing. Apart from that, we have our economy pricing is there, cost plus pricing is there, as well as competitive pricing is there, dual pricing is there, odd pricing you know very well. That is while going for a Bata showroom, they will fix 449.9, 499. Sorry, 499, 999. So that kind of odd pricing is one kind of attractive methods through which you can attract the customers. So these are all the various pricing strategies you may adopt at the time of a introductory level while going for a global level. That is most important. By pricing of fixing of pricing and pricing objectives. While going for pricing objectives, you have a two important objectives. One is internal objective, external objective. Internal objective is concerned about your companies, whatever the procedures, whatever the policies, whatever the employees, who are the employees in that in your companies, their objectives, everything which is comes under internals. Internals. While going for an external level, whatever that we already saw the political, legal, bias behavior, bias behavior, that cultural environmental, demographical environment, everything which is comes under that external level. Okay, so that the external pricing strategies that you have to adopt it. Internal pricing strategies you could think of that. So both the things which is necessary for you for the while fixing of the pricing strategies for your multinational products. Okay, you whatever you read in the marketing level, that same kind of adoption which is going to be take place in the global marketing level also. Okay, but their culture is different, their customers are different. Okay, so according to their customers value, we have to maintain a quality, then we can go for commercialization. That is the main important thing. Okay, once if it is going for a pricing is most important factor. Once the company is going to be success because of pricing also, one of the main factor is pricing. Main element is pricing, because if you are fixed in order to that will be a one example. There is a fashion and fade, we can you can say that fashion and fade. So then that fade we can fix a highest price, because that fade is going to be for a few days or 2 days or 3 days. Okay, only 2 or 3 days, because it is not going to be happen for a longer period. So it is needed that everyone should be that fix while fixing the prices at a global level. We can think of taking care of everything which is related with the pricing. Okay, next uh, next unit is I think there will be a um, channels of distribution and promotion. I touch something about the promotion. Promotion. What are the promotions which are all needed for a global level? Kindly tell me one or two examples.
Promotion at global level.
Yeah, global level.
I mean, it can be done at one way that same promotion can be done in all the countries. It may be possible when the product is standardized, like Coca-Cola and Apple. So they
Okay.
do the same kind of advertising. When
Uh,
the cultures are different and product is customizable, then we need to have the different promotion strategy in a different market.
Definitely. Yeah, correct, sir. Whatever you said is correct. You have to make you are not going to make the same kind of strategy. Okay, because the promotion strategies, promotion methodologies, it may be differs from one area to another area. Once if you are going for an African country, you have to you should need to know what is their culture, what kind of things that they accept. While you're going for an America or European countries, at that in that area, which kind of promotion is more attractive rather than traditional advertising or traditional promotion, which one is best? And also you can think about that, what is the product that you are going to sell it in the that country. That is also most important. Till now we are some of the products, they don't go for advertisement in India itself. I'm just telling that. Do you know that some of the products which are not going for advertising, but they are having a very good market in India itself? How it is possible? They are some of the that products which are of technical nature. Technical nature is they are going for personal selling. They are not going for advertising. But it is cost wise, it is higher. Cost wise, it is higher. Okay, like Eureka Forbes. Eureka Forbes. Now some of the advertisements are coming in, but basically they won't go for advertisement. Eureka Forbes. They are going for personal selling. Personally, if you are interested, means even you are booking in an online, the technical people will come to your house. They will explain about the product. Everything it should be explained in that clearly about your product. Then after the usage, you can able to know that this product is suitable for us, and because it has having a technicalities. Okay, so it is needed that that kind of what kind of products that you are going for the international level. That is most important. Okay, basically, an Indian market, in Indian market, we may go for advertisement. That is a widely acceptable media. Presently, that advertisement is going to be a very costliest model. Costliest model. You may just inquire about that. What is the amount of advertisement? They are charging several lakhs, even crores. For if it is in total India, they are charging crores. So for a small companies, for a small level companies, it is not possible. If you are going to do a small level business in international level, means it is not possible to go for that kind of advertisement. Okay, so for the feasibility of your financial aid, accordingly, you have to go for what kind of methodology. That is most important. Okay, while going for a global level. If they are telling that only the advertisement mode it is able to reach your product, means that you have to spend. That you have to spend. Or otherwise, you may go for some other methodologies, some other methods. First one is advertising, and then personal selling, and then what is that? Advertisement, personal selling,
Trade
what is
promotion,
that?
trade promotion.
Sales promotion. Then one thing you have missed.
Uh, Advertising is like a common to everyone, right?
Yeah, it is common to
And
everyone.
personal
So
selling
we
is
can
there.
have
Yeah.
personal selling is there. Sales promotion through by the way of exhibition and other things.
Okay, and then we also at the point of sale where the sale is taking, there also we can do promotion.
We can also do promotion. So we have lots of methods, sir. But we should identify which method is going to be adopted in the international level. That is most important. We have to make a research. That is the thing. That's the thing. Okay, we have to make a research over that. What is the traditional method they are adopting? What is the traditional method of promotion they are adopting? That we have to go for minimum. We have to go for that, but we have to think in another way also. We need to think about what that spending also. If the spending is more for that, means we can go for another methodology. We can go for some other methodologies is most acceptable, useful. But presently, you know that once if your advertisement in that advertisement, your product is coming means the people are thinking that that is a quality. Is it correct? Mm, Yeah, they are thinking the people are thinking that it is quality in nature, but it is not so. But even though those companies who are selling in a market, if even if it is having a good quality or bad quality, that is immaterial. But they are going for an advertisement like that means they are spending more amount means we are thinking that it is a good quality products. So in that case, we need to go. We have to push ourselves to go for an advertisement. That is going on nowadays. Because that advertisement market is like that. That marketing is going like that. But we have to spend. So some other methods like a dailies or a television or by the way of newspapers, dailies or posters, holdings like that we can move on. So whatever the methodologies which is needed to achieve our target in an international level, you may adopt. You may adopt all those things to win your product, to win our product in an international level. Okay. So we may see in a detailed manner, but these are the main important areas. And yesterday itself, I told that there is a fourth methodology is called as channels of distribution. The channels of distribution, we have a lots of channels of distribution one and channels of distribution two is there. Channels of distribution one is called how you are going to channelize, whether by the way of wholesaler or retailer, agent or sub agent or like that, it just comes under channel one. And channel 2 is that what is the mode for which you are going to sell, distribute your products, like air transport or water transport or road transport, or which methodologies you are going to do. For Sri Lanka, it is not possible, but it is in you are going to sell the products for Pakistan or Afghanistan, means it is possible to go by railways or roadways. Okay, so in that, what methodology that you are going to use for your sending your products to other countries? So that just comes under channels of distribution. Okay, what are these? Are some of the main important elements that you have to take into consideration while going for a global marketing management. Okay, some of the points that I have touched. Okay, today I will see other things in the next class.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you for response.
Yeah, we are going to have any other class, sir, now, or this is the last class?
Yeah, next hour is another class, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, another class. Within 5 minutes they will come.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Any,
thank
sir,
you.
that I asked about any tentative date for exam?
It may be in the month of June.
June only.
They not at finalized, I think so, but they will send you all the details.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. If you have any doubt, kindly ask me, or else I'll leave the session. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, good evening to all. Sorry for joining little late. As of now, we have around 12 of them. Today discussion, especially in the title of international business environment or global business environment, we are going to discuss some of the organization which are involved in supporting of a global business. We will take, maybe I'm thinking of taking the WTO role. So based on that, we can have some kind of discussion. Are you people are ready?
Yes, sir.
Good. In the yesterday discussion, we could able to see what is the role India is playing in terms of global business that we have looked into. Even we have looked into especially the different global business environment, particularly the geographical environment, technological environment, socio-economic environment, cultural environment. Like we have looked into the different types of global business environment. For today's discussion, we will take some of the headings like WTO, maybe foreign direct investment, then some other agencies who are facilitating for India's foreign trade or global business. All we can look into. So what I'm thinking is we can go ahead with WTO. You can have some kind of idea. In case of any doubt, any clarification you want to seek in between, you can interfere. I'm ready to discuss that kind of information. Now permit me to share my PPT. Just how many of you would be able to see the PPT which I am showing here?
Yes, visible.
Yeah, good. Before getting into this particular title for a discussion, when you are talking about the global business environment, there are so many organizations facilitate for global trade. Among the organization, you all know about it. WTO is one of the leading organization which facilitate global trade. You know, as far as WTO is concerned, around 164 countries are the members of WTO. More than 85 to 90% of the sales or exports or import are happening between these 164 countries. In the yesterday class, I told you we have around 200 plus countries in the world, out of which 195 are registered countries in the United Nations organization. Among the 195, 164 are members of WTO. So whatever this export import are happening, out of which 90% of export import are happening between these WTO countries. It means 164 countries. When it comes to facilitating global trade, organizations like WTO, formations like IMF, formation like World Bank, even there are other formations, as I said earlier, trade blocs or group nations. Like there are so many formations are there. All these formations, all these type of institutions helps for global business environment to happen in a smooth manner. Among these organizations, WTO is one of the leading organization. We will see what WTO is doing in terms of promoting the global trade, how they are supporting for each and every country, as particularly the member country, in terms of smooth global trade. So this is what we are going to discuss for today's class. Maybe I will go ahead with WTO and its mandate. Before that, I think I can take you towards WTO site. Maybe you keep these slides for some times. I will take you to the WTO where you can see a lot of information. Just give me a time. I will take you to the WTO homepage so that you can have some kind of clarity what the WTO is doing. It's updated information. I'm straight away taking you towards WTO. Just a minute. Is it visible to you, friends?
Yes, sir.
Could you able to see? Just to have a look. This is the website of WTO. This is the website of WTO. Maybe when you are talking about the WTO, here there are questions which are raised. Even for the preparation of your examination, you can start from here. Who we are, so what the WTO is doing, what we do, what we stand for. So all kind of introductory information about WTO is available here. Then WTO organizational chart, then ministerial conferences, especially on this area, WTO bodies. Just to see organizational chart, ministerial conferences, general council, then current chair of WTO bodies. This is what is all about WTO organizational setup. Here we have a WTO secretariat. Then what are they doing? How much budget allotted for them? Who is presently the Director General of WTO? Then working at the WTO, who are the peoples are there? Then how the WTO is working for sustainable development goals. Then WTO is also coming out with annual report, World Trade Report, World Statistical Review. Like they have plenty of information. Then who are the members of the WTO? Who are the observers of the WTO? How many accessions are happened? How many general agreement on trade and tariff is signed? So all the details are available here in the WTO site. Just to have idea only I'm taking. Maybe we will take that PPT which I have prepared in a simplified version wherein we can have some kind of discussion. Look at this one now. About news and events, even trade topic. So when you are talking about the WTO, these are all the trade topic we have to discuss. First of all, the goods. What are all the goods WTO deals with? What are all the services the WTO deals with? Then how is the intellectual property rights deals with? Then how the dispute between the countries are settled. So here we have a dispute settlement mechanism. Then how the regional trade, which facilitate for global trade, that is there. Then the round of talk took place in different places, particularly Doha Development Agenda. Then after COVID, what happens with regard to the WTO? Then what kind of capacity building the WTO is doing it? Then they have a trade monitoring. They usually publish trade monitoring reports, trade policy reviews. Like they are doing it a lot. Even some other topic like accessions, civil aircraft, competition policy, digital technology and trade, electronic commerce, environment, climate change. So like there are specific title also there wherein we can get a lot of information what the WTO is doing it in terms of trade finance, in terms of trade for peace, in terms of women and trade. Like we can have a lot of things. In addition to that, the WTO also taken some kind of joint initiatives like electronic commerce, investment facilitations, service of domestic regulations. Like it puts a lot. So look at this one. Here we have members. Who are the members of WTO? Who are the observers? How to join in WTO? Where it is located? That map, everything is there. Then they are also having lot of online documents. They are having lot of publications, which is available in the soft copy format. You can download for your purposes. Then in addition to that, there are so many other informations also available. So this is what is all about WTO. I think you got some kind of idea. Now we will go and discuss about what the WTO is doing. Maybe one by one we will go. I'm stop presenting this one. I am taking you to the PPD which I am having right now. Could you able to see? Anybody who tell me, yeah, then only I can go ahead with.
Yes, sir. WTO and its mandate. It is visible.
Excellent, excellent. I will make it in a full screen so that you can have a good visibility. Look at this one. I am not prepared anything in my own. I have downloaded this kind of content from WTO site. So this I am going to discuss with you. Maybe we will take first the introductory aspects about WTO. You just have a look where it is WTO is located. Location, it's Geneva, Switzerland, wherein the WTO is located. Established in the year 1995, January 1st. WTO is created based on the Uruguay round of talk, which happened in the year 1986 to 94. As of now, we have around 164 countries are the members of WTO. Even I said to you, more than 90% of the business happens between this WTO. So here you see 98% of the world trade as of 2018 happened among these member countries, 164. It means major global business happened only with the WTO country members. Then look at the budgetary allocation. They have made it 197 million Swiss franc as a budget for running the WTO. WTO Secretariat of Office, which is located in Geneva, having around 630 members. Maybe the head of the WTO is changed very recently. Maybe I will show you in the.
Yes, sir. Now we have got an African lady.
Yes.
African lady.
Yes, you're correct. So I will show that things later. So this is about the presence of WTO, the location, the number of countries as members, and the number of employees who are working in the Secretariat of Geneva of WTO. This is what is all for the WTO. So look at this one. Maybe I'm giving about the Secretariat. These are all the data very much available. As I pointed out, 160 members are there. It is headed by the Director General. Almost all the countries, 164 countries, they have their own representation. Normally, the finance minister is to be part of the member, or sometimes the commerce and industry minister from Indian side. They are participating as a member in the council meetings. You might have heard about it, how the WTO is emerged. during the First and the Second World War, the countries are grouped into two. One is supported by the Germany, the other one is supported by the USA and UK. When they are grouped into two, the whole world is divided. So First World War happens, there were a grouping of nations supporting for Germany, supporting for UK and the USA. When Second World War happens, that also there is a grouping. After the two world wars, the whole world is divided into two. They don't want to see each other's. The global trade is got affected because they don't want to do a business with the enemy countries. Like some kind of chaos and confusion came in. Psychologically, they became two groups. After sometimes, some of them they felt that this should not continue. It is not good for the whole world, particularly for the whole world business system. Then there were a meeting took place. During the meeting, one Mr. Dunkel, under his headship, a formation has been made. They have made some kind of rules and regulation how to make global trade without any divide, for which some kind of steps they took place. Maybe you all know about it, Dunkel draft. Then after Dunkel draft, slowly the countries have started joining each others and started doing a business with each others. Then later, the GATT agreement signed by the countries with a lot of improvisation, General Agreement of Tariff and Trade, wherein many countries they joined and signed. Then after sometimes GATT agreement is renamed into a WTO, especially in the year 1995. I am telling in a very brief about the how this multilateral trading system happens, how the formation of WTO took place. So now we have the WTO, wherein 164 countries are the members. More than 90 plus percentages of trade happens among the World Trade Organization countries. When it came WTO, before renaming into WTO, we got an agreement called GATT Agreement, GATT, General Agreement of Trade and Tariff. They got some kind of objectives. General Agreement on Trade, Tariff and Trade, you remember that one. So in that agreement, what they felt are kept as objectives. First of all, to raise the standard of living of the people who are in the world countries. Second, to ensure full employment and large and steady growth volume to real income and effective demand. Then third, to develop a full use of resources of the world, and then to expand production and international trade. So with this point in mind, the GATT agreement is signed by the countries. Later it renamed into WTO. Maybe you can have a look here. The WTO started in the year 1st January 1995. Is one of the biggest reform made after Second World War in terms of international trade. Maybe we got earlier the GATT agreement, but it was facing with some kind of limitations. That limitations were removed. Later, we have renamed that GATT agreement into WTO, wherein we decided to have deals with the product, deals with services, deals with intellectual property rights. All it came in. Even after some time, we decided to have any kind of trade dispute arises between the member countries or among the member countries. It can be sorted out within the WTO platform itself, like they thought of, and then they established the WTO in the year 1995. I hope you understood all these points. So now maybe in the year, now they are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the multilateral trading system. You might have heard about it. There are a lot of round of talk took place. Maybe Doha round of talk, Seattle round of talk, Japan Tokyo round of talk. Like there were so many talk took place, wherein they have made a lot of initiation, how to make the global trade more smooth, how to make the multilateral trading system more effective and beneficial for each others. Like based on the round of talk took place, they have improvised a lot. Now WTO plays a very leading role. Just have a look here. What WTO has done over the period. Just to have a look. Maybe some of the points which you can recollect. It is having 164 countries as the members, doing more than 98% of the international trade, and then they have achieved a lot of milestones, especially when you are talking about the WTO. WTO disputes reaches to 500 mark. It means there were a lot of disputes raised by the member countries which were sorted out by the WTO. Even that reached to 500 mark. That happens. Second one is WTO brought out information technology agreement, wherein all the member countries are signed and agreed for it. That also happens. Then you might have heard about it. What do you call it as trade, right? Intellectual TRIPS and TRIMS, both are, you know about it. Trade related intellectual property rights. They came out with that kind of agreement. Even they made some kind of amendment for amendable, affordable medicine. Then there were a trade facilitation agreement entered by the countries, which is also into force now. These kind of achievements they have done over the period. As I said, whenever WTO makes rules, regulation, anything, they used to conduct some kind of a ministerial meeting, which we call it as a WTO ministerial conferences, wherein every country members, they used to participate and deliberate. Based on that, they come out with some kind of new idea. So here you see one of the meeting which took place, especially in the year 2017. They came out with a lot of ideas. So time to time, WTO meet in the name of international conferences or ministerial conferences, wherein member country discuss a lot, and then any kind of disputes are there, or any kind of issues to be addressed, or any initiation to be taken, they decide accordingly. They move forward. So that is also happening through the ministerial conferences. Look at this one in a question and answer form. I have made this kind of PPT. What is WTO is doing it, or what is the WTO? Look at this one. It is a global international organization dealing with the rules of trade between the nations. It is a heart for WTO agreement, because a lot of agreements are signed by the member countries. So WTO only oversee and initiates. The goal of WTO is to help a producer of goods and services, exporters and the importers, to conduct their business in a smooth way. So this is the purpose for which a WTO is formed. So what are they doing? Just have a look. What are they doing? So who we are? What are they doing? We just see. There are a number of ways looking at the WTO. It is an organization for trade opening. So whoever is connected with the WTO, they can do a business with each other freely, without much of a constraint, or freely they can move around, freely they can send their goods or services among the member countries. There will not be any much of constraints. So that kind of forum is WTO. It is a forum for government to negotiate trade agreements. Suppose any agreements happens between the member countries are not satisfied with certain count or certain issues, so which can be discussed and sorted out, for which WTO act as the forum. Then it is a place for them to settle trade disputes. I have told you around 500 plus disputes filed in the WTO tribunal. Many of them are sorted out, few of them are in discussions. So it is a forum wherein dispute settlement take place. Then it operates a system of trade rules. Then the WTO is a place where member countries try to sort out the trade problems they face with each other. Okay, so they are the one who provide rules and regulation. Based on the rules and regulation, majority of the issues encountered by the member countries or among the member countries are sorted out. So you can quote the WTO is one of the international organization. WTO is facilitating for global trade. WTO is the forum wherein agreements and negotiation take place. WTO is the forum where the dispute settlement is happening. WTO is the forum which makes rules and regulation for facilitating the global trade. Then finally, WTO wherein governments meets and sorted out the differences. So in that way it moves in. Look at this one, what we do, what are they doing? Whatever points we have discussed earlier, that also comes in. WTO is run by its member governments. All major decisions are made by the members as the whole, either by ministers who usually meet at least once every 2 years, or by their ambassadors or delegates. So we people, especially India, sent their own representative. Either the finance minister seat or otherwise Ministry of Commerce and Industry minister sits, or otherwise they depute their own representative to participate this kind of WTO related meetings or ministerial meetings or the conferences wherein India related disputes are settled or India related grievances are raised, or otherwise any rules and regulation needs to be made to protect the interest of the India. That also happening for India by sending their own representatives to participate in this kind of WTO ministerial meetings. So what we stand for it? What we stand for in the sense what the WTO stand for. Look at this one. WTO makes a lot of agreements, right? The WTO agreements are lengthy and complex because they are legal text covering a wide range of activities, but a number of simple fundamental principles run throughout of all these documents. These principles are foundation of the multilateral trading system. So it means that WTO is having an excellent agreement which one can easily follow. Maybe it is running into number of pages, but it is giving a very clear idea to the people how to go about it with regard to multilateral trading system, wherein we can do a free trade with the member countries. So that kind of things they are doing. So a lot of rules and regulation WTO make with regard to trade, maybe trade related rules. I don't want to discuss all these things. Second one, number of negotiation happens between WTO and the member countries. As I told you, number of disputes are raised. Take for example, India is concerned. There were complaints filed by other countries against India, stating that India is giving more incentives to their own exporters, which make their product very economic in the foreign country, but our product become very competitive. Many of them are not buying. So they filed a case against India. Some of them have filed a case against India, stating that what we call it a subsidy. India is giving more subsidy to their own people. They gain advantage and then they are competing us in the international market. We couldn't stand in front of them. Like people are started accusing about India. You may be knowing about there are cases, intellectual property rights for our own product filed by the foreign companies and the foreign nations in the WTO. We are also fighting against the other countries. Other countries also start filing cases against India. Like a lot of things are happening. So WTO is the forum wherein dispute settlements are happening. WTO through which negotiation take place among the member countries that facilitate more trade to happen, that facilitate more necessity items to import from foreign countries to India. Like a lot of advantages we are gaining. So when you are talking about WTO, goods they are dealing with. As I told you, WTO deals with goods, WTO deals with the services, WTO deals with intellectual property rights, WTO deals with business disputes between the countries, WTO organizes conference, seminar, workshops. WTOs provide some kind of information support towards their member countries, like they are doing a lot of things. So here, WTO makes rules and regulation with regard to goods export. WTO is also focuses more on services related matters. Especially when I heard about it, there is an agreement called General Agreement on Trade in Services, GOTS Agreement. So earlier, services are also taken into under the fold of within WTO, but there is a separate agreement came in later in the name of General Agreement on Trade in Services, through which whatever the service offering done by the countries worldwide is taken into consideration. You know about it. India is one of the leading country in terms of offering of information technology and information technology enabled services to worldwide. Even we are start offering transportation services, telecommunication services, e-commerce services, like we are offering plenty of services. So we were regulated by the WTO Act called General Agreement on Trade in Services. That is also taken care by the WTO. Then WTO is having some kind of a set of rules and regulation with regard to intellectual property rights. You might have heard about it, the term called TRIPS and TRIMS, trade-related intellectual property rights, trade-related management acts, like we have a TRIMS. So there are two different things are there. So when it comes to WTO, within the WTO, there is an organization called WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. So they are the one who is looking after intellectual property related matters. So they are the one who says who is the inventor. Suppose they are authorized that person is a particular inventor of a product, so that product can be sold all over the world in his name. Intellectual property related matters, whatever it may be, whether it is a trademark or otherwise copyrights or otherwise other type of intellectual properties like designs, everything is regulated by WTO through WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organizations. Even in India, you all know about it. We have our own Indian Patent Organization, IPO, which is looking after intellectual property related matters, especially for a domestic. When a company goes global business, their intellectual property is to be safeguarded by filing the papers with World Intellectual Property Organizations. So that kind of work is also taken care by the WTO. As I said earlier, a lot of complaints are filed against member countries against each others. In the year 2018, around 500 plus disputes complaints are filed, out of which around 300 plus sorted out. The problems are settled between the countries. Like a lot of dispute settlement also happens. WTO is also start monitoring the trade. So how the trade is happening among the member countries, any violation is happening, or who is the one who is doing that kind of violations, is there any penalty to be imposed on them, the WTO is keep monitoring the global trade or multilateral trading system. You might have seen there were bans made by USA or otherwise WTO against China. There were cases. India is put into trouble by WTO, or otherwise against India. Some of them they file a complaint, and then WTO is looked into that matters. These people are globally monitoring what is going on in terms of world trade or multilateral trading system. Everything is fine, or anywhere it is going wrong, or any scrutinizing to be done to sort out the issues. The WTO is involved in trade monitoring work. WTO is also doing trade capacity building work, especially building trade capacity in developing countries or developing economies. So what they usually do, in case we are talking about building trade capacity in developing economies, you all know about it, the emerging economy, we are talking about countries like India, China, Brazil, South Korea, then Argentina. These are all the countries whom we call it as emerging economies or developing economies. They look for a lot of capacity building in terms of improving the global trade, in terms of getting the problem sorted out, or in terms of addressing the dispute at the earliest. So all for which WTO conduct time to time some kind of a capacity building program, wherein our representative usually go and attend and get the issues addressed, or they generate an idea from there and then they try to sort out the issues. So all is happening. Sometimes the WTO provide technical assistance and training to the member countries. That is also happening. Look at this one. Hundreds of technical cooperation missions to develop economics annually. The WTO hold trade policy courses each year in the Geneva for government officials. So the government official who are in dealing with technical aspects, they are permitted to attend this kind of events, wherein they can get enrich their knowledge. So regional seminars they used to conduct time to time. They also conducted a lot of awareness creation program, a training program for the WTO country members with regard to global agreements, with regard to global trade rules. It is happening. So in that way, WTO is supporting a lot in terms of global trade. Look at this one. When you are talking about a WTO, as I mentioned earlier, around 164 countries are the members of WTO, and then doing 98% of the world trade among them. A total of 22 countries are negotiating membership. Maybe even other countries also, they are start negotiating, trying to be the member of a WTO. Here just to see whatever the green portion is there, that countries are the members of WTO. So they are all members of the WTO. When you are looking into a few patches of yellow, which talks about the observer negotiating accessions. Maybe they are not the members of the WTO, otherwise they are permitted to attend the meeting to be as observer. Now of late there is a possibility these people can also join in WTO as a member. So this is all about the geographical presentation about the WTO. Just to have a look, I think almost all the world countries became the WTO members, except a few of them in African continent, and a few of them especially in Middle East area. They are not the WTO members. Otherwise, majority of them members of the WTO. Majority of the countries. Look at the organizational structure of the WTO. We will see this is what the organizational structure. Look at the one by one. First is the ministerial conferences, which is there in the red color. Ministerial conference, that's the top body. Then followed by ministerial conferences, they have a general council. General council, maybe the head office which is located in Geneva. General council is there. General council is having so much of other divisions. Maybe for your betterment, I will read it out some of the members of the general council. General council meeting as a dispute settlement. Especially for a dispute settlement, there is a general council. General council for a trade policy and review. General council for appellate body, dispute settlement panels. So like council for trade in goods, council for trade related aspects of intellectual property rights, council for trade in services, then trade in civil aircraft committee, Then trade negotiation committee, like they have so many committees. Even you see in the green on the left side, committees on trade and environment, committees on trade and development, subcommittee on leases to developed countries, regional trade agreements, balance of payment restrictions, budget, finance, administration. Like there are so much is there. I am advising you people just to visit the website of WTO, wherein you can get a crystal clear information on each of the aspects. By considering the time, I am restricting myself with regard to this discussion on the organizational setup, but otherwise you know about it. Coming to the functions of WTO, maybe whatever the discussion we have made it, based on that you can come to a conclusion that what kind of functions normally the WTO is doing it. But here I have listed out some of the bullet points. Just to see the first function, administering trade agreement. So any trade agreement emerges from WTO, wherein all the countries are going to sign in, that is to be administered. That kind of work WTO is doing. Okay, so based on the discussion, agreement take place. Once the agreement is signed, that need to be executed. When execution comes in, WTO is oversee and monitor that work they are doing it. That's the first function, administrating trade agreements. Second one is acting as a forum for trade negotiations. So whenever a negotiation want to take place, or member country want to discuss and negotiate, WTO facilitate that kind of activity as a forum. They are all roped up, and then the discussion take place. Finally, is coming out as the agreements. Then WTO also helps in terms of settling the trade disputes. We had enough discussion on this. Number of trade-related disputes are settled within WTO, for which WTO is facilitating. Then reviewing national trade policies. Maybe each country having their own trade policy. You know about India, we have our own trade policy in the name of Foreign Trade Policy 2023. So in the trade policy, we may have our own objectives, we may have our own promotion of goods and services. Like every country, they have their own trade related policies. So WTO is looking into all the country trade policies. They are also trying to unite every country with the WTO network so that they can make a multilateral trading system more effective. So that they are doing it. WTO is doing building the trade capacity for developing economies, which we have discussed earlier. Then cooperating with the other international organizations. You may be knowing about WTO is one of the organization comes under United Nations organization. When you are talking about United Nations organization, there are so many organizations are there under a United Nations organization. Maybe World Health Organization, then International Labour Organizations. Then UNICEF. UNICEF is one of the organization. IMF is one of the organization. Like WTO is also one of the organization. This WTO is working with other international organization. Maybe they are working with UNICEF. They are working. Wish to work with the global. What we call it as that World Health Organization. They want to work it out with other international bodies like BRIC nations or SAARC nations or otherwise NAFTA, SAFTA nations. Like they are trying to work with other international trade forums and trade organization and trade institutions. So in that way also they are trying to work on. So when you are talking about WTO, this is the address of the WTO. I am already took you towards the WTO website wherein you could be able to see all the details. So in the examination they can ask a lot of questions. What is the role of a WTO? How far WTO is facilitating intellectual property right related work? What are all the functions of WTO? Then how the dispute settlement mechanism take place in WTO? Then what are all the capacity building measures carried out by WTO? Or otherwise how the WTO is supporting for a multilateral trading system. Then sometimes discuss about organizational structure of WTO. Like so much of questions can be raised based on the WTO content. You be prepared. My humble request, my humble advice to you all, please visit to the WTO site. because it will give you very updated information, and then the recent development which are happening. That also you can get it from WTO site. So this is what from my side. If you have any doubt, anything, you can ask me. I will clarify. Yes, anything is there?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
Clear, fine now. Okay. Maybe I'm advising you some of the area where you have to focus on. Sometimes people ask you how the World Trade Organization and the other trade organization different. Sometimes they can ask like what the World Bank and IMF is doing it, what WTO is doing it. In that way they can ask questions. You may be knowing about World Bank and IMF. These two also international organizations. They are also facilitating for the global business environment. Maybe they provide a long-term loan as well as the short-term loans to the countries. But one way or other way, they are supporting for the global business environment. So it is better when you are reading about institutions, just to give a look towards WTO, give a look towards World Bank, give a look towards IMF, even you can give a look towards Asian Development Bank. What are they doing? How are they doing it? Give a weightage towards BRICS Bank. I'm talking about BRICS Bank. How far they are facilitating for India's global trade, or otherwise the BRIC countries' global trade. These are all some of the institutions, some of the major institutions who are supporting for global business. We have to look into. I hope you are clear about all these things. Any doubt, anything is there, you can ask. Otherwise, we can wind up. We have 5 minutes in our hand. Anything is there? Anything you want to ask?
Sir, I would like to ask you, while giving the answer, do you prefer getting the answer in brief, or should we, write lengthy answers?
Rinku, your voice is not audible to me properly. Can you ask the question once again?
Yes, I'll repeat that again. So my question is, when answering, when writing the answer in the paper, how do you prefer? Do you prefer a very brief answer, or do you prefer, writing lengthy answers?
Yeah. Rinku, it depends upon the type of questions they are raising. Maybe DDE question paper, just to have a look of a DDE question paper, there may be questions on 5 mark, there are questions on 10 mark, there are questions for 20 marks, right? 20 marks is a case study, right?
Yes.
In my advice is, just I'm telling, I don't know exactly the marks, maybe in case it is a 5 mark, it is better to write at least one page, at least one page you can write, 5 mark question I'm talking about.
Okay.
In case of 10 mark, you can write a maximum of 2 pages. First page, the second page. It is up to you. Even if you write more, there is no issue. But otherwise, minimum you have to write 2 pages for a 10 mark. Okay. When it comes to a case study, since it is a 20 mark question, plus you have to read the case, and then whatever the question they raised followed by the case for which you have to give an answer. It depends upon your own expression. You can give an answer to that case study. In case there is no question followed by the case study, but simply they are asking you to elaborate. So you apply the SWOT analysis. What is the strength of the case study? What is the weakness? What is the threat? Something like that you can write. So otherwise, keep it in mind, 5 mark means 1 page, 10 mark means 2 pages and above, 20 marks based on the case study, whatever they are asking, accordingly you explain. So by which you can score a good mark. Sometimes what happens, people write very briefly and the correct answer, but sometimes due to weak they get a weak mark.
Right.
Normally, when it comes to a DDE, it is better to have quantity as well as quality. Both needs to be.
Okay, got it.
Quality give a first preference. At the same time, you increase the quantity as well.
Okay.
Use a bullet heading wherever it's possible. Use conceptual clarity on something. If you are asking something, what is dispute, you write a meaning for the dispute and then start explaining. Maximum you try to use bullet points, diagrams, and then paragraph presentation, which will attract the examiner to give a good mark.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So this
Sure.
is
We will do that.
good. All the best. Anything
Thank you,
else?
sir.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining today. You please be on line on coming Saturday. I will be there on time. We will discuss some innovative headings on that day. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you,
Sir.
sir. Thank you.